some of the things that they expect. And some of the things we're going to be discussing today will be extended to him, I can assure you, because I'm also a member of that economic group. And one thing that we do is we just don't talk. We take decisions. I'm very happy to see my sisters and brothers from all over Africa. I said sisters intentionally first because I have a lot of respect for my sisters. My sisters are our mothers. They're wonderful people. They take very good care of us. It's the reason why I'm standing tall this morning, because my mother took very good care of me. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without wasting your time, I'd like to call to the podium now the facilitator of a tourism, hospitality, entertainment, creative, and sports. That is a very, very long office. Industry Policy Commission of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Please help me warmly welcome to the stage with a round of applause, Dr. Ikenna Nwosu. Yes, sir. Okay, I'm not loud enough. Please help me welcome to the stage Dr. Ikenna Nwosu.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and my privilege to stand before you to do some introduction, introduce the event, and introduce some of our distinguished guests. I welcome all of you to the Pyne NESG Africa Conference holding from September the 6th to the 8th, 2023, with the theme, Tourism in Africa, Catalyst for Accelerated Economic Empowerment. I thank you all for coming. You left everything you are doing this morning to be here. Several of you flew from outside Nigeria, because this is an Africa conference. So it is a pleasure and a privilege to welcome all of you here. Please give yourselves a round of applause. A resounding round of applause, because Africa it is. So, let me first of all, in line with government protocol, introduce three of the ministers of tourism involved in this event. My pleasure to introduce Lola Adejon, the Honorable Minister of Tourism of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who will be represented, and we'll be expecting her representative. Please, a round of applause for her. This is the first time in the history of Nigeria that we're having a separate Ministry of Tourism. So it's my pleasure and my privilege to make that introduction. I would like to introduce as well the Honorable Ministry of Tourism of Malawi, in the person of Honorable Vera Kamtukule. Honorable Minister, you're welcome. Please stand to be recognized. A round of applause for her. And we thank you for taking all the trouble to fly over to Nigeria to honor all of us today. Finally, I'd like to recognize the Honorable Minister of Tourism of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, in the person of Honorable Siando Fofana, who is ably represented by two distinguished persons. First is Mr. Fagama Klo, the General Director, Tourism and Hospitality Industry. Could you please stand to be recognized? You're welcome, sir. And the second is Isabel Ano, General Director of the General Board of Leisure Department, Ministry of Tourism. You're welcome. Several of our resource people, our speakers, our panelists, our moderators are from different parts of the country, different parts of the continent, but I'll leave that to our chief host to make those further introductions. I want to thank all of you for coming. And this event is a watershed. And I'm sure by the end of this event, we are all going to go back with some very good experiences. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for me. I did well, didn't I? Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I would have been surprised if he didn't ask for that. I've known him for a while, and he's such an energetic person. If you have a Nigerian who is always so zealous and very driven about what he does as a doctor, please help me celebrate him one more time. Yes, so you can share the stage with me for a while. I'm going to be calling on a delectable lady. And for that reason, I want to specially recognize the tourism minister of Malawi, because I told her, you see, when we were doing the pre-meeting, I looked at the picture and I said, wow, what a very beautiful minister. And when I saw her this morning, I said to myself, wow, she's prettier than the way she looked. I don't know whether I'll be charged for that, but I had to say that. So please forgive me if I did anything wrong. I'm going to be calling on a delectable lady, very, very pretty lady, to come up now. She was the first runner-up for Voice Nigeria 2016. She'll be leading us for us to render the national anthem of Nigeria. Please help me put your hands together for Grace Mark.
Hello, everyone. Shall we rise as we take the national anthem?
Grace Mark. It's those times when you hear the national anthem and you don't want the national anthem to finish. Just want it to continue. For those who are not Nigerians, it's a very, very interesting time for us because today and yesterday, the Nigerian Labour Congress are having a warning strike. And so it's for that reason the co-chair for Tourism, Hospitality, Entertainment, Creative, Sports Industry Policy Commission, Nigeria Economic Summit Group, Mr. Udeme Ufot, who is meant to be welcoming us as the co-host of today's event, is not here. But we have my Oga here, who is going to do a very, very brilliant job. He's my Oga, and I say it with a lot of respect because we used to, when we were younger, we didn't have gray hair then. We used to run around the pot together, a Papa pot. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome back to the stage Dr. Ikena Nwosu.
Okay, I'm back on stage to represent Mr. Udeme Ufot, who is a member of the board of directors of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, one of the co-organizers of this event. So, even though I had established a protocol, I would like to repeat myself. So, the Honorable Minister of Tourism of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented, the Honorable Minister of the Republic of Malawi, here present, the Honorable Minister of Tourism of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, here represented, representatives of other African nations here, Your Excellencies, the President of Afrexim Bank, represented, the Secretary General of AXFA represented, commissioners of tourism of different states in Nigeria and of other African countries, directors generals, representatives of other ministries, departments, and agencies, tourism industry practitioners, including the President of the African Tourism Board, captains of industry within and outside Nigeria, across the continent, distinguished members of the press, electronic and print, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure and my privilege to deliver this welcome address to this distinguished audience. This conference and exhibition is a watershed in the annals of Nigeria, of Africa, and of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, which is Nigeria's leading economic policy advocacy think tank. This conference is the first Africa-wide event that the Nigerian Economic Summit Group will be organizing outside our annual October Economic Summits. The Tourism and Hospitality Industries Thematic Group of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group has partnered with a member of the thematic group, Pyne Hospitality Company LLC, to organize and host this epoch event. This deserves commendation, and I will veer from my speech to please recognize the two drivers of this event. Please, could you have you stand in? Ngozi Ngoka, the thematic lead, Tourism and Hospitality Industries Thematic Group. Amaka Amatoku Ndeku, could you please step forward? The CEO of Pyne Hospitality LLC. Please, I would like a resounding round of applause for these two super women who have put this together. Give yourselves a hug. Yes. Please, round of applause for them as they go. Thank you very much. They put this together Africa-wide, invited everybody, and in this room today we are discussing our continent. So thank you very much as we celebrate both of you for making this partnership work. Thank you. So, this conference is coming at a time when continental economic integration in Africa is critical for focus, particularly in lieu of the advent of the African Continental Free Trade Area Treaty, a treaty that guarantees the free movement of persons, goods, capital, and services. A lot of people think it's only free movement of goods and persons. Goods, services, persons, and capital. Thus, the treaty is ensuring that intra-African tourism, including reverse tourism by Africans in the diaspora, will now be fully enabled, and all efforts should be made to drive tourist traffic across the continent, and seamlessly too. Seamlessly too. In this wise, the organizers of this event are urging that negotiation of all the relevant tourism protocols under the African Continental Free Trade Area should be concluded speedily. The theme of this year's conference, which is Tourism in Africa, Catalyst for Accelerated Economic Empowerment, is very apt, as evidence abounds from other continents across the world as to how the tourism sector has been a tool for economic empowerment, especially among the women and the youth segment, that particular demography. And the evidence of this economic empowerment abounds both during, before, and after the COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, the rising contribution of the tourism sector to the gross domestic product of African countries has been talked about at several fora, and in Nigeria, it has resulted in the federal government creating a separate ministry of tourism for the first time in our 63 years of independence. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the NESG and Pyne Hospitality Company, I welcome you all, and I urge maximum cooperation and stakeholder engagement. The question is, why are we urging maximal cooperation and stakeholder engagement? One simple reason. The report of this conference will surely be submitted to all relevant stakeholders, including governments of African countries and development partners, for the purpose of implementing the outcomes and drive the realization of the vision for the tourism sector in Africa as outlined in the Africa's AU Agenda 2063 and the United Nations UN Agenda 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Umosu. She's a seasoned hospitality expert, consultant, and analyst with a remarkable 14 years career spanning Africa and the United States. She's currently the chairperson and co-founder of the African Association of Women in Tourism and Hospitality, as well as the chairperson, founder, and past president of the Women in Hospitality Nigeria. When this very gorgeous young lady approached me and said she wanted me to be part of this very epic occasion, it was such a pleasure for me, because I've attended as just a friend the awards she's hosted. But when she said she wanted me to actively participate in this, I was really, really delighted. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, okay, the husband is here. I need to be careful, the plenty things I say about her, so that he doesn't gag me on my neck. Please help me welcome to the stage the founder and convener of the Pyne Africa Tourism Convention, Mrs. Amaka Amatoku Ndeko.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on all previous protocols observed, I would like to honor the presence of the Ambassador of Namibia to Nigeria, Ambassador Humphrey Gissop, Julie Dabali-Scott, President, Skull International Council. Dr. Cuthbert Nkube, President, African Tourism Board. Dr. Kwesi Eyison, Vice President, Ghana Tourism Federation. Dr. Alex Muba, President, Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association of Nigeria. And duly represented Senegal Tourism Ministry, the Tourism Regulatory Director, Mr. Philip Ndiaga. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I extend our warm welcome on behalf of the Planning Committee and our partners to all attendees and participants of the first edition of Pyne NESG Africa Tourism Conference. I have a firm belief that the African tourism industry needs to evolve consistently to meet the needs of a 21st century world powered by finance, technology, and enhanced customer expectations. All conversations and recommendations we will hear during the course of this event will undoubtedly create new ideas and paths of action to improve our industry. I wholeheartedly thank everyone who is in this hall today. I thank the industry veterans who have taken time out of their hectic schedules to be with us today. And I also thank our partners with whom none of this would have been possible. Welcome to the future of tourism in Africa. Thank you.
So that's one of the reasons why I admire her so much. She's not one who would want to waste any time. We have to do it sharp, straight, and with a lot of punch. Please let me celebrate Amaka one more time. I'm particularly looking forward to the next item on our program. We're actually going into goodwill. Now, the reason why I'm excited about this is because it's going to be taken in French. Nigeria is surrounded by a French-speaking country. When they told me to take my French seriously in school, I was joking. This is one of the reasons why a lot of us who did not take our French seriously, how can you be here in West Africa, Republic of Benin, Togo, Côte d'Ivoire, all of them, French, and you're not speaking French? Oh yeah. We're going to be taking the goodwill message now, and I'm going to be calling to the podium the representative of the Honorable Minister for Tourism, the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, Honorable Sando Fofana, who is ably represented here by Dr. Kilo Sofo, who will be taking, I'm emphasizing, the goodwill in French. I wish you good hearing. God bless you. Please put your hands together for him one more time.
Monsieur le représentant du ministre du Tourisme de la République fédérale du Nigeria, Madame la représentante du ministre du Tourisme de la République du Malawi, Madame la présidente directrice générale de Pyne Africa Awards, Mesdames et Messieurs les opérateurs internationaux et régionaux du tourisme et de l'hôtellerie, Mesdames et Messieurs les experts et conseils du secteur hôtelier et touristique en Afrique, Mesdames et Messieurs les dirigeants des institutions financières et politiques, chers participants, chères participantes, en vos rangs, grades et qualités, chers amis de la presse, mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais avant tout propos vous exprimer ma joie de prendre la parole au nom de M. Siandou Fofana, ministre du Tourisme de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et premier vice-président du Conseil exécutif de l'Organisation mondiale du tourisme, que j'ai l'honneur de représenter à cet important rendez-vous du tourisme africain. Je tiens particulièrement à remercier les autorités nigérianes et les organisateurs pour l'honneur fait à mon pays, la Côte d'Ivoire, à travers cette invitation à prendre part à cette prestigieuse cérémonie. Cela dénote de la qualité des relations séculaires qui lient nos deux peuples. Mesdames et messieurs, l'organisation d'événements tels que celui qui nous réunit ce jour revêt une importance capitale pour l'industrie touristique et hôtelière africaine. En effet, ce type d'événement offre aux décideurs politiques du tourisme et des loisirs, aux experts de l'industrie et aux pionniers venant d'Afrique et du reste du monde, une plateforme unique et privilégiée de réflexion approfondie, de partage d'expériences, de collaboration et de partenariat pour un tourisme fort, prospère et durable en Afrique. En cela, je voudrais de façon toute spéciale féliciter la Pyne Hospitality Company, non seulement pour l'initiative, mais également pour l'excellence de l'organisation qui prévaut jusqu'à présent. En tant que représentant du ministre ivoirien du Tourisme, je suis honoré de partager la vision, les perspectives et engagements de l'État de Côte d'Ivoire pour l'avenir de ce secteur vital pour notre pays et pour l'Afrique toute entière. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Afrique est un continent d'une beauté exceptionnelle, riche en culture, en histoire, en biodiversité et paysages naturels exceptionnels. Cependant, il est regrettable de constater que le potentiel touristique de notre continent reste largement inexploité. L'Afrique ne reçoit qu'une fraction minime du tourisme mondial, malgré ses atouts indéniables. Notre vision pour le tourisme et les loisirs en Côte d'Ivoire et en Afrique est de faire de cette région une destination de choix pour les voyageurs du monde entier. Pour y parvenir, l'État de Côte d'Ivoire a procédé en 2018 à la mise en place d'une stratégie de développement touristique dénommée Sublime Côte d'Ivoire. Et cette stratégie vise à positionner notre pays dans le top 5 des destinations touristiques africaines à l'horizon 2025. Et ce, à travers des réformes et des projets structurants. La stratégie Sublime Côte d'Ivoire vise à apporter une réponse holistique aux problématiques communes et spécifiques auxquelles est confronté le tourisme africain en général et le tourisme ivoirien en particulier. Permettez-moi donc de partager avec vous quelques-unes de ces principales articulations. La première articulation structurante est le développement de l'infrastructure touristique et des loisirs. Il est évident, en effet, que pour attirer les voyageurs du monde entier, il est essentiel de disposer d'infrastructures de qualité, de liaisons de transport efficaces et d'un large éventail d'options d'hébergement. Concernant les loisirs, de façon spécifique, la Côte d'Ivoire ambitionne de devenir la base de divertissement de toute la sous-région ouest africaine à l'horizon 2025. C'est pourquoi nous investissons massivement dans le développement de ces infrastructures. L'organisation prochaine de la Coupe d'Afrique des Nations de football, la CAN 2023, du 13 janvier au 11 février 2024 prochain, a permis de faire monter en capacité et en qualité l'ensemble de nos infrastructures touristiques et hôtelières. Je profite de cette lucarne pour vous inviter tous ici à venir vivre dans une communion fraternelle parfaite cette grande fête du football africain. Nous vous y attendons. Le second axe est celui de la durabilité environnementale. En effet, la préservation de nos trésors naturels et culturels est au cœur de notre vision. Nous encourageons un tourisme responsable qui bénéficie aux communautés locales et à l'économie nationale. La protection de l'environnement est une priorité absolue. Vient ensuite un élément éminemment important, la formation et le renforcement des capacités. Nous accordons une grande importance à la formation continue des acteurs du secteur pour répondre aux exigences de qualité de ce secteur en pleine mutation. De plus, la sécurité des voyageurs reste une préoccupation majeure compte tenu de la menace terroriste persistante et grandissante. Concernant la formation sur un continent avec une population si jeune, il est important d'investir dans la formation qui plus est dans un secteur qui a la capacité d'absorber un volume important de jeunes demandeurs d'emploi. Une autre articulation importante de cette stratégie, donc la stratégie Sublime Côte d'Ivoire, est la connectivité régionale et internationale. Nous cherchons à renforcer les liens entre les nations africaines pour faciliter les voyages transfrontaliers et promouvoir le tourisme intra-africain. Nous travaillons également à améliorer la connectivité entre l'Afrique et les autres continents. Enfin, je terminerai par la promotion de la diversité culturelle. Nous mettons en avant la richesse de nos traditions et de notre patrimoine historique pour créer des expériences touristiques uniques et authentiques. Cela contribue à l'enrichissement mutuel entre les peuples. La mise en œuvre de la stratégie Sublime Côte d'Ivoire a permis au secteur touristique et des loisirs de Côte d'Ivoire de contribuer en 2019 à hauteur de 7,3% du produit intérieur brut national, avec pour ambition de porter cette contribution à 10% à l'horizon 2025. La pandémie nous a toutefois enseigné à travailler. La pandémie nous a toutefois enseigné à travailler et à faire de notre secteur, qui a particulièrement souffert, un secteur plus résilient. Mesdames et messieurs, nous croyons fermement que le tourisme peut être un moteur de croissance économique, de création d'emplois et de compréhension mutuelle entre les peuples. En collaborant avec nos partenaires nationaux et internationaux, nous sommes déterminés à réaliser cette vision pour la Côte d'Ivoire et pour l'Afrique. Ensemble, nous pouvons surmonter les défis qui traversent le secteur du tourisme et faire de l'Afrique une destination de rêve pour les voyageurs du monde entier. Merci de votre engagement et de votre soutien dans cette noble entreprise. Vive l'Africa Tourism Conference, vive le tourisme africain. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Merci beaucoup, sir. And so I never really moved past that, but I'm going to try now. You know, because au revoir, je m'appelle, and all of that, but it's compulsory because we have to do intra-Africa trade, and if we have to do this, language is something that we must take care of. If it were left to me, that would be it. We'll just go to the next item. But the organizers of the event graciously have interpreted it. So I'm going to quickly read you an abridged version so that you can have a sense of what have just been read to us. And I'd like to thank my sister. Thank you so much for a brilliant job for translating the speech. We thank you so much. Without further ado, he said, I would like to express a lot of joy and appreciation as I deliver this goodwill message on behalf of the Honorable Minister of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, Mr. Sidoran Fofana. I would like to thank the organizer of such an important and wonderful event. Now, for bringing together tourism and hospitality experts from across Africa. This kind of event gives political decision makers in tourism and hospitality in Africa a unique platform to reflect, brainstorm, share, collaborate, and partner for a sustainable tourism in Africa. As a representative of the Cote d'Ivoire government, I'm honored to share our vision, perspective, and commitment to the government of Cote d'Ivoire for this very vital sector of our country and the continent. We have put together a new strategy, and we've called it Sublime Cote d'Ivoire. Am I right? Fantastic. That's the name of the strategy. We want to position Cote d'Ivoire as becoming one of the top 5 tourism destinations in Africa before 2025. We are determined, and we want to make sure that one of the top destinations in Africa before 2025 will be Cote d'Ivoire. So we invite you to be part of this Sublime Cote d'Ivoire strategy so that we can together overcome the challenges in the tourism sector to make Africa as a whole a destination that will make everybody from all over the world, travelers, those who are coming for educational tourism, medical tourism, will make sure that we'll make our Africa a destination that is preferred. And having said that, I say long live Pyne Awards, long live tourism in Africa. Thank you so much for listening to me. Merci beaucoup. Merci, merci, merci. I'm sure you at least got a sense of what was read. So without further ado, I will be calling. Now, I've known this gentleman for a while. You know, there's some diplomats from very far. You know that they're diplomats because of the way they carry themselves. And you know, the signal is, don't come near me, I'm a diplomat. We do that a lot in Africa. But there's someone who are very amiable, very welcoming, unassuming. In fact, yesterday, he walked up to me and handed his card to me. Me, ordinary just ordinary man like me, came to me and said, take my card. So it gives me great pleasure this morning to welcome to this podium the ambassador of Namibia to Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please warmly help me welcome to the stage Ambassador Humphrey Gizzard. Put your hands together for him.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Amaga, Mr. Omotoso, the representative of the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, all the representatives of ministers of tourism, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Namibia is a country that holds Nigeria with the highest consideration that we can get. Nigeria is a country has always stood firm. And when you sing your anthem, you always remember and you always glorify the labor of your past leaders shall never be in vain. Your past leaders have really called for and worked hard for the independence of Namibia. And therefore, we will always, always remember the labor of the leaders of Nigeria working for Namibia's independence. So when you look at Namibia, few years back, we have tried to bring a flight that was connecting Accra and Lagos, taking tourists, travelers from Ghana, West Africa, and Nigeria to Namibia, and in the same process, also giving a connection to South Africa. Unfortunately, our ambition as a country to have Air Namibia operate successfully didn't last up to this day. Air Namibia went bankrupt, but our intentions and our commitment to growing and connecting the relationship between the people of West Africa and the people of Namibia will never change. It will never change. We will always be connected, committed to ensuring free and unhindered travel between Nigeria and the Republic of Namibia. At one stage in 2019, the total number of tourism arrivals in Namibia was around 1.5 million. Namibia is a population of a country with the population of 2.5 million people. And the expectation was that one day the tourism numbers will exceed the number of the population. Unfortunately, with COVID, those statistics are not yet there where we need to see them. But through partnerships, through working with industry, through working painstakingly with all the tourism operators, we hope to increase the number of tourists coming from Nigeria to Namibia. You may see that Namibia sometimes is not amongst maybe the countries that are always present when it comes to tourism events in Namibia, in Nigeria. But we are always interested to grow these numbers. I know some of the colleagues here will know that on one of our first familiarization trips from Nigeria to Namibia, I was with them in the bus, and we were taking tourists, tour operators to Namibia, taking them to our #1 spot called Etosha. Etosha Nature Park. We went to the coast, we went to the dunes, and then we also spent some time in Swakopmund. We exposed the tourists to our cuisine, the African cuisine that we have in Namibia. So we really feel that Nigerians need to come and experience Namibia as a tourist experience. We are one of the greatest tourism experiences that you can find in this world. We have 2 beautiful deserts. We have a lot of different kinds of experiences that you will be enjoying. And I think it's a country where people of Africa needs to go and visit, because it is certainly an experience worth your time. If you look at the long history of this continent, there was a period that ended somehow in Namibia. The period of foreign domination by powers outside the continent ended somehow in Namibia, as it was Namibia that was the one that was the last country to gain independence. So it's an experience that is worth for every African to come and see it for yourself. Once you come to Namibia, you will see that the African flag is flying from all our buildings. It's not because we have money that we buy the Namibian flag and the AU flag. It's because of what is in our hearts. We feel we belong to this continent. We feel we have the same destiny. We feel the people of Africa belong in Namibia. They are welcome. That's why you will see the AU flag. We are possibly one of the few African countries flying the African Union flag, and we will continue to do so. We will continue to welcome Africans as tourists to Namibia. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, thank you so, so much. I can't say it's enough. Diplomacy or being someone who is a diplomat does not necessarily mean that the rest of us cannot be on the top. Because they've said it over and over again that it's lonely at the top because they are not allowing us to come to the top. It can be interesting on the top if they allow us to the top. I did something and I need to quickly correct it. So one of the things you're going to accuse me that I do wrongly, I do too much in Africa, is all Africans that are women are my sisters. I love my sisters. Now, for that reason, sometimes I forget their name. My sister that translated the speech, someone I've known for a very long time, and I think it's really, really a sin not to have called her name. So I want to call her name, please. Her name is Cecil Mambo. She's the MD, CEO of CMB Tourism and Trade. Please celebrate her one more time, please. She did a brilliant job, and I think it was just not right for me to just say my sister. And everybody knows I have a lot of sisters. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the first time I met this lady, I knew clearly that we were going to be together for a long time because she's one person who takes her job very, very seriously. She's so committed. When she was in Nanta and she was secretary to Nanta, it was like that was her day job. You would think that she does not have another job because she carried it on her head. She's the MD, CEO of Sigona Advisory and the former Director General of Imo State Tourism Board in Nigeria. She's an expert in rural and urban tourism economic models, sustainable frameworks for tourism development, and public-private sector tourism policies. She's executed a lot of projects across board. Mrs. Okay, I'm not supposed to call her name yet, so let me just keep so that you don't know who she is. I've worked in the tourism and travel space for over 25 years. She is the chairman of the thematic group of the tourism in the Nigerian Economic Summit. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without boring you too much, please help me welcome this, my big sister. Because I must codify her own, just don't say sister, so that I don't mix it up with everyone. Mrs. Ngozi Ngoka, please put your hands together. She comes on stage to come and give our opening welcome as well. Ma'am, I need to tell you, a couple of people saw your hair tie, and they said it's very beautiful. I said, that's the way she does it. You know, she's just wicked like that. She will just make sure that everybody's looking at her when she's coming. Please come up, come up. Put your hands together for her as she comes up, please.
Thank you very much for that crazy introduction. I didn't know. I was looking around. I thought it was going to be me next, and I was wondering, who is he talking about? Good morning, everybody. I stand on all existing protocol, and I hope I'm not going to bore you because we're now going to get into the academic part of the conference. I'm here representing the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, wearing several hats. I'm also the technical advisor to this project under the auspices of my company, which is Zigona Advisory. And I'm also here as myself. So welcome. I'm going to give a brief background to why we're here. And the way we started, Pyne Awards approached the thematic group of the NESG. The founder of Pyne Awards, she's a member of the thematic group. She's a very hardworking member. And she wanted a collaboration with Pyne Awards Africa. You know, the Pyne Awards is a separate organization. They've been holding the Pyne Awards for about 5 years. This is the 6th year. And she wanted to go into conferencing because of the work she was doing with NESG. She found out that we could also include conferencing in this in the enterprise, and so and that's how we got involved. And it was easy for me to push it. It's not something we've done before at NESG, as you've heard, but the reason I decided to push it as far as possible is because of the way she worked. Amaka worked as the head of the hospitality committee, which we created for to revive the tourism policy for Nigeria. We're trying to revive the policy, tourism policy for Nigeria. And she headed a group, and her group did excellently well. So I knew that it was something that we really, really wanted to do. And we quickly saw the bigger picture in the original concept notes that we proposed. And well, the rest is history. We're here. You know, it's really, really expanded. So now, if we could go to the next slide. I want to talk briefly about the collaborators. There are three companies here. We have the Pyne Hospitality Company, which was founded in 2018 with a vision to identify and celebrate excellent and extraordinary services and talent in the tourism and hospitality sectors, and also provide a platform for conversations and action plans for development of the African tourism industry. Like I said earlier, they have delivered world-class award events consistently for 5 years. And this year, they are hosting the first conference in collaboration with Zigona Advisory and the Tourism and Hospitality Industries Thematic Group of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Now, Zigona Advisory is a tourism and hospitality consultancy company established to provide clients with a range of services which include training, tourism planning, strategy, product development and reorganization, experience development, especially in rural communities, rural tourism, destination branding, marketing and digital, customer trends, and tourism insights. We also do travel, tourism, and hospitality recruitment. Zigona Advisory helps to create and maintain successful and sustainable tourism destinations and memorable experiences for both local and international tourists. They have harnessed a network of industry experts. So there are actually a lot of experts that work, that collaborate with Zigona to bring together a bespoke management team of over 100 years combined experience, consistently deliver the best thinking in the company's strategic planning and implementation based on international best practices. The company has firmed up global franchises and partnerships with organizations like IATA, International Hospitality Institute in the USA, and the American Hotels and Lodging Education Institute to offer world-class curriculum-based training and issue globally recognized certificates that will give an edge to job seekers and provide access to efficient, continuing education for corporate clients. And now the other collaborator, which is the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, which is providing the technical assistance for this conference, is one of the 3 thematic groups which form the Tourism, Hospitality, Entertainment, Creatives and Sports Policy Commission of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Like all other thematic groups at NESG, our job is to advocate for progressive public policies that are geared towards the development of the tourism and hospitality economic sectors, in keeping with our mandate, which is to champion the reform of the Nigerian economy into one that is modern, open, and globally competitive. Now, for the concept, the theme for this year's conference, which is the Tourism in Africa, Catalyst for Accelerated Economic Development. In developing this theme, we looked at the many new innovations in the travel, tourism, and hospitality sectors, especially post-COVID pandemic, and how these changes impact the way we run our businesses, and how, as a continent, we can grow our tourism numbers and create jobs for young people, especially in rural communities. You're going to keep hearing these rural communities from me, and I'll tell you why later. And we want to do this in a sustainable manner. First, we noted that, the next slide, please. So we noted that the travel, tourism, and hospitality sectors, directly and indirectly, incorporate many industries, some of which you can see here. We've tried to list as many as possible. Right now, you can see about 72 industries, which include transport, accommodation, food and drink services, the environment, agriculture, data and statistics, creatives, sports, and many, many more, as you can see from here. All of these industries were impacted in some way by the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, next slide, please. Latest data and statistics from the World Travel and Tourism Council indicates that in 2022, 1 in 4 new jobs was created by the sector, making tourism and hospitality the best partner for governments to generate employment. For every job created in the core tourism industry, around 1.5 extra indirect jobs are created in the wider tourism related economies. The sector contributed about 7.7% to global GDP in 2022. The global tourism industry, which blends the lodging, food, beverages, attractions, cultural and travel industries, is the world's largest industry ecosystem. And we employ so many, many, many people, 295 million jobs globally, representing 6%. And most of the people they employ are youth and women in the industry. And the sectors are priority for the United Nations Agenda 2030, Sustainable Development Goals 8, 12, and 14 for national and international development. And for very good reasons, because you can see the number of people that are employed in the sector. Now, changes in the way, one of the reasons why we are doing this conference also is because we've noticed that the way people travel is changing. A recent survey by Booking.com revealed that the top travel trends post-COVID are technology-free travel. People want to travel without phones. They just want to go and chill, because during COVID, we're using a lot of technology, so people are just tired. People also want to go to lesser known destinations, and families, multi-generational travel, nostalgic getaways like visiting family and friends, natural attractions, visiting local and indigenous communities, you can see that all these new trends relate to us here in Africa, because these are the kind of tourism that we can provide. And this is what the world wants now. So these are very, very good discussions we're going to have here today and tomorrow. Also, the work that the African Continental Free Agreement is doing, the AfTA, which was ratified in 2021, is a landmark milestone for the African continent. Among the top objectives of AfTA is to improve intra-African trade through harmonization and easing the movement of people and goods and services. Although this agreement talks specifically about movement of people, goods, and services, but if you're a business person, when people are moving around, even for business, they must have somewhere to sleep, somewhere to eat, and they need recreation. And this is why tourism is important. So as this development with AfTA is going, when last year, they decided that they have to provide those services before the rest of it can go forward. And so for this year, AfTA is concentrating on tourism and tourism services. And they've provided a lot of incentives for this sector to grow. So we're going to also have those discussions, look at the incentives they are providing and how we as an industry can tap into these. Furthermore, tourism is a key element in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as I said earlier, and we will examine why tourism is not placed on the front burner of government budget and policy in Africa. What can we do to position Africa's tourism markets and drive competitiveness? And how can we make this potential attractive for investments and investors? We will assess the growth of hoteling industry in Africa in terms of manpower development, talent management, and standards of operation. How competitive is the industry faring among global players? Are we going to develop African hotel and restaurants chains, or are we going to leave the international brands to come and take over our industry? So we have to talk about that as well. Have we gotten it right in terms of tourism marketing in Africa? What are the policy directives that governments of African nations can follow to strengthen tourism marketing on the continent and attract greater tourism numbers? How can technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, and others play a key role in promoting the potential of the tourism industry? And you may not understand how key this is now, because I consulted for a company in the US last month. And one thing I learned, of all the travel management companies in the US, there's one, they are competing amongst themselves now to get the larger part of the market. And one of the companies has developed what is called price optimization technology. So what does this price maximization do? You can, you know, the airlines, they offer you the cost of their tickets. And I don't know that if they know that even though they load their fares, there's a pattern that AI has adopted. I'm not a technical person, but AI can identify if a price is going to go down in 2 days or in 1 hour or in 2 hours. So when you book a ticket and the price is $50, for example, AI can put it on hold because it's sensing that it's going to go down maybe by $5 or $10 in 1 hour or 2 hours and all that. These are not, this is something that they've, you know, the data has been able to pull up over the years. Over the years, they've done that, and they are trying that, and they are using it to get an edge, because if they are able to get lower costs, then more companies will use them. Then, so artificial intelligence is something that we're also going to talk about here and see how we can incorporate that into the planning that into the planning we're doing for Africa. Now, also women play a leading role in the business of tourism and hospitality. We want to see if women are being properly engaged, because we've noticed from discussions that we've had over the years that women get to a certain level and they don't grow further in the tourism and hospitality business. So we find a lot of women in the lower sector, in the mid sector. We have very, very few executives. We want to interrogate that and find out why that is happening. And then MSMEs are now the major job creators in the tourism and hospitality sectors. The International Labour Organization research shows that around half of tourism employees work in enterprises of fewer than 10 people, while around 3/4 work in enterprises of fewer than 50 people. So tourism and hospitality MSMEs are an important source of innovation and economic diversification, helping to shape a socio-economic development in destination countries. However, access to finance, prohibiting business regulations, and inadequate skills are major constraints faced by MSMEs in Africa. And we want to see if we can see ways of breaking that barrier and making it easier for small businesses to operate in the sector. And to consider all of these issues, can we move to the next slide, please? And the next one. Yeah, okay. The next one. Okay. So to consider all of these issues, the Pyne Hospitality Africa and Zigona Advisory, in collaboration with the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, have brought together all categories of stakeholders in the tourism value chain from different parts of Africa to address some of these issues, mitigating against intra-African travel in the African tourism sector, and exchange ideas on best practices to increase international arrivals into the continent while protecting our environment, cultural values, and historical values. The plan is the strategy we want to employ is to promote sustainable development initiatives, enhance easy access within Africa, to promote the effectiveness of domestic travel and intra-African travel. I was just discussing with the minister of Malawi, tourism minister, about how she traveled to Nigeria, through several countries to get here. This is not, this is not what we should be doing. We should have direct connections between countries. And we're hoping that the AFTA will be able to help us advance that. We will also highlight the linkages between tourism, sports, creative industries, and cultural industries in Africa for a stronger and more robust dynamic tourism dynamic. We'll have these discussions, I think, tomorrow. We'll explore ways technology can improve travel and tourism activities in Africa, and we'll advance modalities for inclusive development of tourism in Africa as a means of meeting the UN Sustainable Development Goals for women and youth economic empowerment, especially in rural communities. Next slide, please. Okay. Yeah, okay, that one, the conference objectives. So here, hopefully, what we want to achieve is to agree on optimized tourism governance frameworks that can significantly enable or drive increased intra-African tourism in an era of continental integration promotion. Agree on viable ways for ease of travel within Africa. And this will include transportation, immigration processes, especially, I'm sorry, I want to use this opportunity to apologize for what happened to some of the delegates that came in yesterday. We've learned a lot from that, and you're going to see a lot of improvements because I started this morning by writing a lot of letters regarding what happened to you yesterday. So please accept our sincere apologies for that. This is some of this immigration issues is not what is one of the main hindrances to connectivity issues, African travel, and we have to get past that. And so want to also boost domestic travel in each African country. So not just in your, because charity begins from home. So when you boost the domestic travel, make it attractive for other people to come. And then want to increase our tourism offerings by linking a synergy between tourism and sports, creative and entertainment, and culture industries for a more robust African tourism experience. We want our tourism to be African. We don't want to create Dubai in Africa. We want to have authentic African experiences here. And they want to promote the use of technology for efficient and seamless tourism experience in Africa. And again, I had a discussion with my friend here this morning, talking about how to connect hotels. You know, hotels have to use technology, because if they don't use technology, they are not visible. And it's just the way to go. Young people are traveling and they use technology a lot. They want to know where they are going, what experiences they are going to have there. And so with marketing and the use of technology in the hotels and tourism enterprises is very, very important going forward, because that's the future. And then what we want to create sectoral opportunities for women and youth as a means of poverty alleviation in rural communities. And at the end of this conference, the expected outcomes: want a better and more efficient intra-African travel, profitable and sustainable tourism industry in Africa, want an increased tourism numbers into Africa through collaboration between countries and a well-defined synergy between tourism, culture, sports, and the creative industries. This is very important, and it's also the future, because if you remember last year, the first United Nations conference on linking tourism with culture and creative industries took place here in Nigeria. So it's also the future of tourism. Want an increase in domestic, regional, and in intra-African travel. And we hope that also we have increased participation of women and youth at higher levels. And on that note, I would like to thank you for accepting our invitation to participate in these deliberations as speakers and delegates. Welcome and thank you.
Please, let's keep clapping as she goes back to her seat. Say whatever you want to say. African women are gorgeous. They're not just beautiful on the outside, they're very beautiful on the inside as well. They've got substance. I took a lot of notes while she was speaking to us. And one thing that I hold very firmly onto is the fact that we want to offer, sell, push authentic African tourism. We want to increase the numbers, and we know for a fact that one of the ways to go about it is to ensure that that offering that is unique to us as Africans, we want to push it out there, because God, in his infinite mercy, gave us certain things that are just us. That's who we are. And we want to take that out there. Thank you so much, Ma, for laying the table. And I'm sure very soon, as we go into the first session, they're growing up, they're very ready. We're going to be unpacking a lot of things. Now, for me, this is one of the most important parts of this event. I want to recognize our sponsors. So this idea is good. There's a lot of ideas, but there's a need for us to fund this idea. And certain people have stick out their neck and say, we want to do this with you. And so I always love to specially recognize them and thank them very specially because of the fact that they made this happen. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the managing director is here herself, and it gives me great pleasure to celebrate and invite to help us celebrate Waka Now. Put your hands together for them, please. I'm not qualified to introduce the MD, so I'm not going to do that, but I'm celebrating the brand. So, but I said she's here. But, you know, that's just the expo. You can get to know the rest from my orgas later. Please help me celebrate a cool hotel and suites. Now, this hotel, for me, is one of the most, okay, I'm careful because, you know, we have friends from outside Nigeria here. So I don't want to over-celebrate certain things so that they will now start looking at me in a particular way. We have our sisters from Kenya, South Africa, and all of that. But this, our own hotel here in Nigeria, is a wonderful, very, very functional hotel, and is, in my opinion, one of the most pragmatically designed hotel. You know, like they're like 4 or 5 halls, you know, together. And if there's a need, they can, you know, remove some of these things and we can move on to the rest of the hotel. So please help me celebrate a hotel and suites one more time. Now, they've done something for us. They have a tea thing somewhere, and they're giving to us at a very discounted rate. You know, if you're here, the rate is different from the rest of the hotel. They want us to be very, very comfortable. And so when the time comes, the ushers will show us to those areas. We can go get tea and all of that in that space. I would also like to recognize Motto Media. Please put your hands together for them, please. Please help me celebrate Me Enter. Please help me celebrate Mona. Help me celebrate Bushmills. Help me celebrate Lagos Continental. Please, with a very warm applause, help me celebrate Pyne by Radisson Victoria Island, Lagos. The Avenue Suites. I like this one. You know, when you have to twist your tongue a little. Jose Coivor. Côte d'Ivoire. Rwanda Air. Radisson Blue by Anchorage. Victoria Crown Plaza Hotel. BWC Hotels. Pepsi. Autogel. We also like to celebrate our media partners. First, I'd like us to celebrate ATQ News, H Reports, VA Voyage Africa, Travel Scope Magazine, Color Africa. I'd also like to celebrate Silk Cures. Okay, I didn't say it very well because I actually went out for them to teach me. Silk Cures, liquor, Silk Cure. Okay, Silk Cures. I'm a Mudakeke boy, so sometimes no matter how like I try very hard to speak Oyinbo like an Oyinbo man, the Mudakeke thing will still enter into my tongue. Forgive me, you know. Do you know where Mudakeke is? Okay, I'll tell you where Mudakeke is. Mudakeke is in western part of Nigeria. We like to eat a lot of eko and moi moi. You don't want me to go on. Let me continue with this so that you don't. Now, for our Nigerian brothers and sisters who are in the house, you already know pepper soup, but I like to tell our friends from Republic of Benin, Togo, Senegal, there's something we call pepper soup here. Please don't go back until you take pepper soup. It's very good. It's spicy, but it is good. Don't worry. Just put water, like, you know, somewhere there. You just have water around you, and it is a very, very good thing to experience. Your Excellency, you agree with me, sir, that pepper soup is good? Not exactly, I mean. You know, when you travel to certain countries, you will have to go with your pepper. Because when you get there, they don't take pepper at all. And you are wondering, eh? And us, yeah, if you don't do, you have not eaten. You know, we have to be, let me say it in Yoruba, yata. Okay, please help me celebrate CMD Tourism and Trade Enterprise. Wando's signature 2022 hospitality. Jonathan Cole. Now, this one I'm confused because they are an hotel. I'm thinking whether it is bed do in or it is be do in. Bedouin. Please celebrate them. There's cinematics. Please celebrate them for us, please. We will also want you to please help us celebrate African Tourism Board. I'm not a member yet, but I love the chairman, the current chairman. He will say your what's that word you normally please say sir. There's a way, you know, you see it matters to me because you see I'm a Nigerian and here we're very, very top on chief so. I am Dr. so. So when I go out and I see people who are, you know, up there and they are very humble, there's a way I feel. I mean, I just like, wow, this is nice. You know, because in Nigeria, you make the mistake. Somebody is chief and you call his name and you didn't put chief. Okay. So I respect, you know, those who are very humble. And for me, it's always a pleasure to specially celebrate them. One more time, put your hands together for African Tourism Board. Okay, we're ready to go into the first panel discussion. This one we've tagged Ministerial Panel Discussion. And the theme or topic is the future of tourism in Africa, overcoming barriers and red tapes in intra-Africa travel. I will stop here because I have the pleasure to invite this, my very, very beautiful sister. Now, I've always seen her on TV, and my wife knows I admire her a lot, but I have the privilege. I'm going to take a picture with her before we leave here right now so I can show my wife and say, you see that? Took a picture with her. Please put your hands together for Lillian Ama Aluko, the Chief Executive Officer of New Dawn Productions. As she comes up, she's going to be moderating the session, and I'm sure you're going to have an exciting time. Please clap again. Celebrate this beautiful lady.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I crave your indulgence. I'd like to stand on already established protocols. It is an honor and my pleasure to moderate this session on the future of tourism and hospitality in Africa, overcoming barriers and red tape in intra-African travel. The United Nations World Tourism Organization has stated that in most destinations, domestic tourism generates higher revenues than international tourism. The reverse is the case in Africa, as we're going to see today. Our distinguished panel is here to discuss how we can overcome the barriers and red tape militating against intra-African tourism. Please join me as I welcome them. We have the Honorable Minister of Tourism for Malawi, Honorable Vera Kamtakule. As you can see, she's a very beautiful woman. And I also understand that she's the youngest member of the cabinet in Malawi. The next person I'm going to call is Dr. Alex Muba. He's the President, Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association of Nigeria. He's also an advisory board member of the African Association of Hospitality Professionals and the former CEO of 3 West African airlines. The last but not the least is another beautiful woman, Julie Dabali Scott. Julie is the president of SCAL International Council. She's also the CEO and owner of Kenya's leading travel management company, Bunsen Travel. You're welcome, Julie. What we're going to do today, the next few minutes, is dig deep into what is preventing ease in intra-African travel. Before we go into the discussion, I'm going to call Dr. Alex Muba to just give us an overview of this topic so we can pick up from there.
Good morning, distinguished honorable ministers. Good morning, Your Excellency. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, the organizers, for inviting me to this event. And let's start by standing on existing protocols. Do we have a slide here? I have a slide, but I'm going to go right through it very quickly so that we don't spend too much time on it. There's always a backup. So look for the document. Oh, there we go. All right. So I'll be talking about the future of tourism and hospitality in Africa, overcoming barriers and red tape in intra-African travel. Next. So I think the first slide I introduced myself, that's already been done. We'll kind of just rush through, go through that. Next slide, please. Next, it's just one button. So maybe back to my backup, huh? Next, if you can you? Okay, go back. Yes, thank you. Next one. One slide back, please. One more. Well, the first slide essentially talks about what is tourism. And so we talk about tourism generally, we are all professionals here, but I want to define it as that experience we take when we take a trip that is more than 24 hours and less than 6 months. And so that's the official UN defined definition of tourism. It's either for tourism, it's either for pleasure or business. And as has been said here and may not have been fully understood, practically every human endeavor can be a form of tourism. And that is why it is so large in scope in terms of the opportunities it presents to men, women, children, etc. Okay. It is also one of the primary economic growth engines for economic growth for all economies. Next, please. That button is next. Beyond, the next slide should be what is hospitality, since we say tourism and hospitality. And the reality is that when you look at it, the two cannot really be distinguished other than the fact that hospitality are those activities that involve entertainment, hotels, etc. The things you do when you go on tourism. So if we can't find that, I will go back. Found mine. So can you go next? So basically, so the next thing is what is hospitality? So basically, hospitality, to be defined appropriately, because I like definitions so that we understand the scope of what we're talking about, is the friendly and generous reception and entertainment of guests, visitors, or strangers, which includes the business of providing food, drink, accommodation, entertainment, and other types of establishments along those lines. So when you go as a tourist, you expect to receive hospitality. And as I would describe to you earlier on, this may be one of the challenges to one of the barriers that we will identify going forward, okay? And so tourism as well as hospitality define the economic transformation of many societies. They create very many jobs. And I wish this will come up, but I would give you actual numbers since we're talking here about real stuff that is very important, okay? Tourism essentially triggers infrastructure improvements. It accelerates reform, increases domestic consumption and diversification of exports, increases hospitality empowers women, young people, and all marginalized populations. Tourism and hospitality together stimulate cultural heritage and environmental conservation. And if we had that slide there, I would have shown you the entire value chain as is defined. And I'm sure that can be made available to you because that's very important in understanding the scope of the area that we're covering. So why are we even concerned about tourism and hospitality? Like I said, it stimulates cultural heritage and environmental conservation. It is one of the most robust value chains in the services sector. It can spur opportunities for SMEs and micro businesses. So the opportunities are not just for one sector of the economy, but across all sectors of the economy down to micro businesses. It offers backward and forward linkages that lead to key economic and market sectors. And I get into a number of them: agribusiness, manufacturing, exports, diversification, repositioning, consumer and raw material products development, outlets for manufactured and textiles and furniture, grows the demand for accommodation, hotels and restaurants, etc. And I go on to show you the various hospitality components in my presentation, which you can't see. But anyway, so when we talk about Africa, we have to understand that currently, according to the UNWTO, if you research tourism, for those of you that are, I see some people, students, when you research tourism, you're going to find all kinds of numbers in all kinds of places. And when I do my research, I see somewhere it's 267 billion, someplace 43 billion. And so we like to stick to the official figures from the UNWTO and those types of organizations. So basically, in Africa, it provides 1.6% of GDP, whereas in some economies, it's way up there. So that shows the amount of space we have to develop tourism into, okay? It provides 3% of service exports. This is according to the UNWTO dashboard. So you can visit the dashboard to see the statistics. It exports $17.86 billion out of the African continent. And it the receipts inbound about 12 billion US dollars. And in 2022 into Africa, you had 47 million tourists come into the continent, okay? But interestingly, post-COVID, since 2021, tourism on the continent has grown 171%. So it has been significant and dramatic growth. For hospitality, the data isn't quite up to date. I looked everywhere, and really the best figures we get end about 2018, okay? And it shows that hospitality contributed $194 billion, or 8.5% to Africa's GDP, okay? It also hospitality created 24.3 million jobs, or 6.7% of all employment in the year we were able to refer to, okay? But it is projected by 2050 that consumer spending on tourism, hospitality, and recreation is projected to be about $261 billion on the African continent. So it has grown 6 times faster than merchandise exports. So if you look at the production of goods and services in the economy, tourism has grown 6 times as much. Yet it's only impacting 1.6%. So clearly there's quite a bit of room for tourism in the sector. Tourism, the African Union's Tourism Action Plan, which is the program of the African Union, recognizes tourism development among the priority sectors across the region and aims to make Africa the destination for the 21st century. So that's why these numbers. And I have a chart, unfortunately, which you can't see here, that shows the tourism figures from the years 2019 to 2022, month by month, so that you can understand how they're growing and what the seasonality is. We talk about linkage challenges, and one of the bigger ones are visas. And I will talk to you about that further down the road. But fortunately, within the West African zone, for us in this region, we have the ECOWAS Union, so it makes it easy to travel within the region to enjoy the tourism sector that exists in the region. Okay, now, as far as tourism's contribution in Africa, UNCTAD has a 2023 investment report published on the 5th of July of this year, which shows that foreign direct inflows into the continent was $45 billion, which is down by 3.5%. So inflows are down, whereas the UNWTO dashboard shows that tourism generated $11 billion, okay, and created 9.1 million jobs within the sector. So, of course, you look at tourism, the higher tourism takes place in Northern Africa than the southern area of the continent. And so I had a chart here that shows the impact of tourism across the various sub-Saharan African nations. It will be useful to look at that map, and it will show you which countries are doing well, which countries aren't doing so well, and what is the impact by GDP on all of these things. Because we're talking about the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, and we're talking about real data and how we use that, okay? So, as I said earlier, tourism creates millions of jobs. And in 2021, there was a report issued by the Red Clay company, which shows that West Africa is projected to have the highest, West Africa is projected to have the highest number of hotels, with over 50% of these hotels to be developed with 24,000 rooms to be developed in the West African region in terms of sub-Saharan data. Also, the 2023 Hotel and Hospitality Industry Confidence Index report indicates that expanding number of hotels across Africa, shown on Statistica, forecasts that the annual hotel growth in the region will be 8.6% over the next 5 years. And hotel market revenue expected to reach, just hotels alone, is expected to reach $13 billion. Okay, now, you also look at the value of tourism to the region, what we call sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, on a sub-regional basis, tourism contributes more to East Africa's GDP, which is 5.5%, followed by South Africa, surprisingly, which is 3.5%, and West Africa only 2%, whereas tourism contributes just 1.7% to Central Africa's economy. So we see how much work needs to be done within these various economies to grow this huge sector of the economy. The sector accounts for half of all service exports in the region, 49.75%. South Africa receives 40% of all tourists receipts, which is 13 billion. So they may not have the highest percentage numbers, but they have the highest revenue numbers, which is $13 billion. East Africa, which includes Kenya, Mauritius, and Tanzania, receive about $1 billion in tourist receipts, whereas West Africa, mainly Ghana and Nigeria, are the highest tourist earners, receiving 60% of the revenues from tourism in the region. Next slide, since we have some slides now. So these maps are important for you. So you can, just the previous slide a minute. So you can see, yes, this one. So you can see where the impacts in the sub-Saharan region that tells you what the numbers are available. Next slide, please. Next slide, we've talked about this, okay? Now, just to give you the meaning of all of this, Thailand, which had no tourism in the 1960s, had its contribution of 11.6% of workforce of 4.37 million people, Thailand. The Dominican Republic had only 1,600 rooms in 1972. In 2019, it had 83,000 rooms. Tourism accounted for 31% of all export of goods and services and 77.9% of GDP in 2011. Bali in Indonesia had 95,000 tourists in 1973 and 1.3 million visitors in 2020, as of March 2023, which went down to 51 visitors only in 2021, post-COVID. Cancun grew from an uninhabited peninsula into one of the most visited resorts in 35 years, and Egypt, from 1990 to 2005, had 2.9 million visitors, which grew to 13 million by 2023, which is just short of 15 million, and so on. These are the kinds of things happening in the tourism space. Next, please. Okay, so we've talked about the numbers, where the numbers are. So the issue are what are the barriers that are affecting the growth of tourism? That's what I talk about. So there are quite a number of barriers. I grouped them into the social-cultural barriers, infrastructural barriers, operational and personal barriers, okay? And which can be expanded, as I'll show you later on, into the economy, the policies, regulations, the issue, what are creating these barriers. Next slide, please. So I start by the societal barriers, and I put a very interesting picture up there. And I say to you that one of the barriers we find, many countries would like to have Gambia's numbers in terms of tourism, but are those countries willing to adapt to the impact socioculturally that tourism brings? And so this is an issue that will be, okay, yes, I'll go 5, yes, 5. Next slide, please. Infrastructural barriers are, as we know them, are the roads, the railway, airports, healthcare systems, public services, which are missing in many areas. A clear example that I stated here is Obudu, which when you arrive in Calabar, I've had the occasion of going to Calabar for an event and saying the next day I'll visit Obudu, only to discover that it's 8 hours away and it's not something you can do so quickly. So those kinds of barriers inhibit the growth of tourism. Next, please. Okay, other barriers are lack of information, lack of efficient decision-making, the lack of discussion platforms, lack of knowledge, transparency, budgets, etc. Next slide, please. So then there are the personal barriers that have been thrown up. The type of person you are affects the type of tourism opportunities you exploit, the kind of experience is unique, high inflation, has changed the dynamics, you know. Not as many people went. Somebody spoke to me yesterday and said she went to some of the leading stores in London and she looked around, she barely saw one African in the stores because people were not traveling due to the high cost of fares, etc. And so I list a number of barriers that exist financial to tourism next. And of course, the big elephant is security. And I make the point of saying the talk of kidnapping, shootings, terrorism, etc., does not help to demonstrate the relative safety, because when people want to go somewhere, one of the key inclinations is safety. Fortunately, Namibia is here, that is not a problem for them, but in many regions, that is a problem. Next, please. Next, thank you. Then the big one, you heard about the problems that some people experience coming in. Regulation, government, red tape, etc. One of the most difficult visas to go get is a beautiful place called Angola, but it'll take you forever. You want to go to South Africa, we've seen the numbers that South Africa gets a whole lot of, one of the highest percentages in South Africa, but you put your visa into the embassy, it'll take you 3 months to get it back. You can't do anything. That is a huge barrier. And so while we talk about the African Continental Free Trade Area, unfortunately, for those involved in policy, the focus has been on the movement of goods, not on the movement of persons. And so the priority must be made for the movement of persons. And we are quite encouraged by the position of Kenya, which is to say, we are all Africans, we are all welcome. And that must be the attitude across the region in order to overcome the challenge around the barrier against red tape and government bureaucracy. Next slide, please. And then beyond the technical stuff, we hear the stories of getting even a Nigerian visa. Most of us are not aware how we talk about getting an American visa. You have no idea what it takes to get a Nigerian visa from abroad. It's a huge, huge challenge, okay? And then the air connectivity issues are something that will be talked about in the course of this conference, which is a key barrier to the growth of the sector. And then when they arrive in Nigeria, one of the distractions is, so, what did you bring for me? It's a huge barrier for repeat business. It's also a barrier to encouraging others to come, because you go back with the stories of 3 hours wait for your luggage, what did you bring for me issues, and those kinds of situations, okay? And so there are a number of these barriers that exist that must be dealt with beyond movement as to the attitude, which is quite different that you will find when you go to markets like the Caribbean, etc. Next slide, please. So there are many more barriers. I've made a long list of them. I won't get into them due to time. Next slide, please. So I've talked about the barriers. The discussion would then have to be, how do we overcome those barriers? Because that is a key part of this conference. I did not want to get into that. I wanted to leave that for the panel to discuss, because we've thrown all the issues on the table, and I'm hoping through the course of the discussion, we will address how we address many of these barriers. Next slide, please. So whatever the issues are, whether they be barriers or constraints, etc., we must get tourism to work, because it is current less than 5%. Our share in the, as a region of the world is less than 5%. We read through those numbers. We have to benefit from the economic impacts that come from the tourism sector, benefit from the employment and entrepreneurship across all sectors of the economy, the industry and productivity that comes from producing tourism goods and services, the workforce development that results from that, the youth impacts. We talk about youth and female impacts as a key part of ESG today. The cultural diversity it brings to us, infrastructural development to create these sites for tourists, the qualities of the place, we have to address the issues of the quality of place. And when all of this is done right, we have resident pride, the pride of having a great destination. So there's so much upside that requires us to tackle and address and seize the opportunities of tourism. Next slide. So I talk about all the things that are involved in the tourism space in this diagram. Next slide. And that is all. Thank you very much. The gentleman that timed away you.
Thank you, Dr. Muba.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Muba has done a great job of putting all the issues on the table. Now please, thank you, a round of applause for him. Now it's for this distinguished panel to proffer solutions to these challenges he's thrown up here. I'd like to start with the Honorable Minister. When Africans think of tourism, be it educational, medical, business, leisure, we always think about going outside the continent, never about doing it within the continent. Rarely do we think of domestic or even intra-African travel. It's always outside the continent. So what steps do you think we can take to surmount these challenges?
Thank you so much. I'm writing, for the sake of brevity, I'm writing on all protocols here that have been already observed. Thank you so much for inviting Malawi to the table. Coincidentally, just a couple of days ago, on the 1st of September, I was launching the Tourism Month in Malawi, and whose theme this month or this year is about promoting domestic tourism. In Chichewa, we are calling it Tiziambandi for Malawi, meaning it should start with us, Malawians. So we're trying to promote tourism, because if we've learned anything from the COVID-19 pandemic, is the fact that we are all we have. We have to rely on ourselves as countries, as nations, but also as Africa, as a people. And so I think it's a thing of pride, where everything that is foreign becomes attractive. We need to change that narrative. We need to think about authenticity and relying on yourselves, ourselves. Can you imagine our forefathers? They never used to have hospitals. They never even used to have maize mills, but they were producing food. They were eating. They never used to have hospitals, but they would survive for 90-something years, for 100-something years. How were they able to do that without foreign medicine? We have removed and diluted the authenticity of Africanism because we have borrowed, and will always and forever be a frustrated copycat. I was reading a book by Viola Davis, and there's something that she said in that book. She had to travel from America to the Gambia, and from all of the stuff that she learned, there's something that she said, and I quote verbatim. She said, Africa is God's playground. And I don't think as Africans, we have achieved the consciousness of who we are. Because if we did, we will not be copying anybody. We are so authentic, we can never be copied. We need to celebrate who we are. The very thing that you consider as something to be ashamed of is the very thing that makes us who we are. How we make our food, how we dress, how we look, that very thing, including our skin color, is what makes us who we are. But we don't celebrate it. We want to go and look like we are European, like whatever. And so I was just laying a foundation. I haven't even started. We need to understand, and I like what the doctor was saying, to say we need to redefine, changing the trajectory of what tourism is. Because we think tourism is when you leave, get on an airplane, go on a train, or go in a bus, just you moving from one place to the other that you are not familiar with. That's tourism. Because if you're coming from Igbo State, from Enugu, and you're going to Abuja, it's different. The people there are different. The way of doing things there are different. You are a tourist, even in Nigeria. We need to understand. And you know, the contribution, he was talking about the figures, the contribution of tourism to the socioeconomic development system of a nation. When I go, I have come here, I am spending money on food. I'm spending money on my accommodation. I've spent money on my air travel. I'm spending a lot of money. Because I'm here, I am going to affect over 1,000 people. And that is what tourism is all about. And you can imagine if we were to do it over and over again, how many people are in Nigeria? There are 200 million plus or minus Nigerians. Can you imagine if we were moving every single day, moving up and down Nigeria? Nigeria will never be the same. We can do the same with Namibia, with Malawi, with Zambia, with Zimbabwe. Africa will never be the same. We need to inculcate a culture of celebrating ourselves. There is no one sitting in their offices outside the walls of this continent that is thinking about elevating us. They're actually thinking about how to exploit us further. So we need to start doing these things ourselves, today and now, promoting ourselves, promoting our authenticity. The second thing that I want to highlight before I give up the mic is that we need to get rid of predatory marketing. Predatory marketing that now puts another African country as the angel and puts another country as a demon. We are saying, oh, don't go to Nigeria. It's not safe to go to Nigeria, but go to this country. We need to get rid of that. I have been here and no one has come to me and threatened me. And I've been here for more than 24 hours. So the trajectory that we hear there is totally different from what I've experienced here. But if you really look closely, the people that are promoting predatory marketing are not Europeans, they're Africans. We need to change that. Thank you so much. I submit.
Wow, thank you very much. Very, very, very interesting. You've heard it all. Africans, it's time to take our fate in our hands. We have to do it ourselves. Nobody's going to do it for us. Okay, so I'll come back to Julie. She has said a lot about how we can move ahead. So what practical steps? She's given us a few steps. I want you to give us a few more steps on how we can boost domestic tourism. Now, domestic within the country, because she's pointed out that Nigeria alone, 200 million people. So if even a quarter of the Nigerians, 50 million people, go around, most of us have not been outside our states. The National Youth Service Corps makes people go to other parts of Nigeria. It's a mandatory service that everybody does after school, right? But even with that, people try to change theirs to remain in the states they are used to. So what steps can we take to boost domestic tourism?
Thank you very much. And yeah, thank you very much, Minister. That was brilliant. My name is Julie Dabali Scott. I am the ISC, the International Council President, SCAL International. And I'm very pleased to be here today. I've been coming to Nigeria for quite a while now, having friends here in Nigeria. Maybe a bit about SCAL. SCAL is a friendship club, and we are in 360 countries, 12,000 members. And just to let you know, there's a very active SCAL club in Nigeria, one in Lagos, one in Abuja, and one in Port Harcourt. Domestic tourism. We realized domestic tourism was very important during COVID. Kenya is very well known for its tourism destination, but all we did was every opportunity, anything was to go out and market outside. We now have Tembea Kenya, means visit Kenya. And Kenya has done a very good job in that, very deliberately. But there's still barriers. Despite that, you will find we ourselves do not want our own people coming to our hotels, coming to our restaurants. It's amazing how you hear Kenyans complain like, I was at we have beautiful lodges, and I was treated differently. They were more interested in the foreigners. So we do have a job to do in this part of the world. We need to, like the minister say, like ourselves first, do the marketing that we all talk about, whether it's our governments, it's our tourism boards, start at home. Make it easy for us to travel. You know, we in Kenya, we do have good infrastructure, but it's very, very expensive, especially with what's happening currently. You know, everything is priced in US dollars. The Kenya shilling has just had a real stumble. So people find it difficult to travel. So ways for governments to give back to the people of the country, hotels to make sure that do have domestic packages. I remember years ago, we'd have charter flights coming from Europe. It was cheaper for us Kenyans to buy on those charter flights than buy it locally. So there's a lot of work for us to do. We are working on it, but it takes collectively, whether it's the associations, the government. I mean, we recently had quite a interesting, I'm glad to see a colleague from Kenya here. Our government decided overnight to change the way we pay for park entrance. And during COVID, Kenyans really started going to the national parks, going to the Nairobi, the only capital in the world with a national park. Every weekend, the park was busy. That weekend, none of us could go into the park because the government decided we had to use e-citizen, we call it, a new portal where you had to make payments through with no forewarning, no education about it. And those are the things our governments also do, which hinders things that happen. And a lot of people turned around, not just local Kenyans, but also the international tourism. So there's a lot of work for us to do. I think governments have to work with associations, with us who are on the ground, because guess who are now being called, and it was us, the travel and tourism industry. Our associations were bombarded. We were, it's time for us to work together and our governments to know you cannot work alone. You can make policies and they get nowhere and people just stop visiting anywhere.
Thank you. If you listen carefully to Julie, you will see that the same themes are recurring. We are responsible largely for our problems, so we have to look inwards. She also talked about hotels and how sometimes or often they prefer foreigners. So I'll come to you, Dr. Muba. Statistical research has projected a compound annual growth rate of 8.68% for the hospitality sector over the next 5 years. As a result, the hotel market revenue in Africa is expected to reach 13.8 billion USD by 2027. A large chunk of the hospitality sector in Africa is dominated by prominent multinational chains. How do we improve the business climate in and around Africa to encourage more investment by local businesses? Or as Ngozi said in her speech, do we want them to come and take our industry from us?
Well, beautiful question. Because I work in the aviation sector, as well as the tourism sector, we've seen the impact of foreign carriers against us not having a domestic air carrier. So last year, we had over $800 million in debt to foreign nations that had to be repatriated, and we didn't have the money to pay. And so that's the consequence of allowing somebody from the outside to come in and eat your breakfast. You know, that's the famous expression now, eating your breakfast. And so we cannot also allow that to happen in the hospitality industry, even though we're used to the names of international chains like the Hiltons and the Hyatts, etc. I am quite encouraged by the fact that we have a number of top-notch Kenyan, even Nigerian. I met a few Nigerian brand managers in the region, but a lot of Kenyan and South African brands that are very, very experienced in the type of marketplace we have. I think another mistake we often make is this Western concept of the Western market has the right products for our marketplace. But in reality, you find a high degree of rejection by the people in the domestic market, which is a bigger segment of your demand base for your products. And so as a policy approach, government has to reach out to, and Madam Minister said this, and I don't think we quite understood it. The word domestic does not mean country. It doesn't mean Nigeria or Ghana or Malawi or Namibia. The African Continental Free Trade Area makes domestic the entire multi-billion population of the African continent. So domestic is African. That is the market. And we must find these domestic, well-established brands to operate so that we are no longer dealing with how do we repatriate billions of dollars to those economies, because repatriating billions means that the investment is not staying within your economy. So from a policy standpoint and from the government point of view, because our economies are driven by government policy, is to encourage, provide incentives to domestic brands. Now, what is domestic? African brands to come and establish and build this number of rooms that are projected to be created in the area. And that must be the policy thrust. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I agree with you that domestic is African, but we also know, you talked about it, the problems with inter-African travel. If domestic is African, and I find it very difficult as a Nigerian and African to go to South Africa, for instance, how does that work?
me break that down a little further. I was with a pen manufacturer in Nigeria that makes beautiful pens. You know the name, Easy. They make those nice, colorful pens. He's looking to expand not in Africa, but in West Africa. But he can't even get the goods from Nigeria to Ghana because the taxes, the toll collection, the agencies on the road are all lined up to increase the value of the cost of the product, making it not so competitive with inbound goods from China or from other regions of the world. So we must, again, I point to the fact that it must be driven by policy. We must, I said it earlier in my presentation, that it's not enough to say African Continental Free Trade Area and focus on the movement of goods, which we already can see has challenges, but really on the movement of people. So Madam Minister, Mr. Ambassador, and other ministers are here. You need to go back to your governments and say the most important thing we must do to achieve, and that's again, I say kudos to Kenya for taking the first step. The first and most important thing we must do is allow Africans to move from one country to the other without visas. Then when we have the movement and the interaction on the personal level, we can then turn our attention to the sales of goods and services. And so that is the major challenge that we must address, the free movement of people. You move freely in West Africa, but your goods can't move as freely. So let's overcome the movement of people before the movement of goods. Thank you.
I wanted to add something. Thank you. I totally agree with I'm calling you doctor. Okay. With Alex on his notion, but I wanted to add a little something. Everyone must be aligned to the agenda. And so, you know, when I got here, I was in business class and I was like, oh, okay. We got out, we waited for 2.5 hours. Amaka was there waiting for us and we couldn't get in the heat. No one is helping us. My bag can't be found and all of that. So the immigration, the security institutions, each and everyone has to be aligned to the agenda of tourism and hospitality. Without that, we'll never achieve what we want to achieve. That's the first thing. The second thing is, are we making deliberate moves to position tourism and hospitality at the center of our structural transformation? Because if we don't do that, no one else is going to rally behind. Everybody else is going to be thinking about mining, agriculture, and whatever, whose lead time is much, much higher than what we see in tourism. Tourism is, you just do 1 or 2, 3 things, then you're gaining already. That's the other thing. The other thing is, there's a mismatch in terms of infrastructure in our countries. And so when they're talking about, so it's just not about, oh, we need to increase the number of airlines coming into our country or whatever, the aviation sector and all of that, they're their sector. It's about how we are investing towards infrastructure in our countries. That is also another challenge. So to get to one place to the other, because airplanes have to land, you know, so if where are they going to land? And then there's an issue of security. There's a whole issue of issues that have to be aligned. And so it's about how sectors are aligned to provide a holistic tourism package. We need to consider those things. And the last thing that I wanted to say, because as he was speaking, my mind was just bubbling with ideas. Even as politicians, as members of parliament, as government people, how are we doing our budgeting? Are we even considering tourism as part of us? There's no money that is going towards tourism, and yet we're touting tourism, structural transformation. It is not going to happen. It must be deliberate. You need to put resources therein, then things are going to start moving. I wanted to just to add on that one. I apologize, moderator.
No, that's all right. Thank you. You've even taken it a step further. What I have just learned from what you said is that the governments must be intentional. African governments must be intentional. NESG, over to you. You need to get government to be intentional about it. No, I'm saying you guys need to take that message back to the government. They need to be intentional about the policies. We want to drive tourism, they have to take the lead. Okay, we've talked so much about travel, travel, travel. Tourism means you must travel, right? Encouraging travel within Africa is crucial and critical to the development of domestic tourism. Julie, we know that intra-Africa air travel is prohibitively expensive and time-consuming. If you're going from Lagos to the United Kingdom, you probably get there before somebody who's going
Yeah.
from Lagos to maybe Malawi.
Yeah.
So the poor road and rail infrastructure made it imperative for people to prefer to travel by air, which is easier. But now the cost of air travel is not friendly. So what are people going to do? What steps can we take to improve the poor air connectivity within Africa?
Yeah, thank you very much. Especially right now, I'm in the travel and tourism industry. And it's amazing what's happening to the airfares, especially that they're pegged to the US dollars. Africa needs to have the free, what do they call them? Airs big, yes. We know a number of carriers, especially the carriers who do very well, Ethiopian Airlines, Kenya Airways, they protect their flights, they protect their areas where they operate, making it very, very difficult. I mean, I know in Kenya, we've been trying to get Kenya Airways to open the skies, the open skies, so that other airlines are able to come into. Mombasa is a very important port for us. It's a very big tourism destination, and it's very restricted. Don't know how Ethiopian Airlines managed to get there, but they did. And now, recently, with the new government, we have seen changes. And all of a sudden, we are seeing tourism at the coast growing. Qatar Airways has been allowed to go in. We are hoping Emirates, and you know what that will mean. Those airlines coming with the kind of destiny. But are we ready for that? That's the other thing we keep asking the hotels in Mombasa. I handle a few Nigerian clients, and every time they come to Mombasa, they're like, no, you don't have 5-star. Where do they go to? Zanzibar.
Yep.
So infrastructure is very important. We can keep talking about open skies. We can talk about infrastructure. But if our hotels in Kenya, who've been there for a number of years, do not do what they need to do, improve, you are charging a lot of money. I know our Minister of Tourism recently said, why do we have one person paying much more than 2 people in a bedroom? The single supplement syndrome. Why aren't we selling hotel rooms, a room? You sell a room, whether it's 1 person or 2 people. And the hoteliers were going crazy. What does she mean? You all know about the single supplement when you travel alone. We need to change this. These were things that were happening years ago. And South Africa has done a brilliant job on that. You buy a room.
Yeah.
You don't buy 2 people, 3 people, or whatever. So there's a lot of work for us to do in that sense. So talking about the airlines, we need to see more airlines flying, or airlines should be consolidating. We hear South African Airlines and Kenya Airways, and it's kind of a joke for us because we all know what Kenya Airways is going through. We know where South African Airline is, but there is an airline that does well. There's Ethiopian Airlines. Why don't we all consider? And they actually, there's a new airline coming to Kenya from Togo. Is it called Aska? Yeah. It's going to be flying, and only for me to read about it, it's being operated by Ethiopian Airlines. So you're thinking they found a way that they will come into Africa through whatever way, but they're opening Africa for us. So hopefully one day we'll see other airlines do the same and stop this monopoly that you were talking about. It's not about me, it's about Africa starting to believe in Africa and open Africa to Africa and then to the world.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you very much. Dr. Muba, you're the president of the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association of Nigeria. So I think you can throw more light on this for us.
Well, I will tell you, Mr. Ambassador, I was one of the biggest beneficiaries of Namibian Airlines between Lagos and Accra, because what happened for me, fortunately, was I was living in Accra, my wife was living in Lagos, and so every Friday she'll catch your late flight from Lagos to Accra, and every Sunday night or Monday morning at 5, she will fly back to Lagos and go right to the office. So we miss that flight. We hope you come back again. And the fares were very, the beauty of what they did, and many can emulate, is that, by the way, they owe me some money. You can buy you can buy bulk tickets rather than paying for one ticket at $500 return. You buy 10 at a time, you can get it for $300. And so I would buy 10. And I think we used 3 or 4 before they left. So, but the Nigeria is looking into the possibility of either a national carrier or a regional carrier. And unfortunately, that thought process is geared towards flying to London and to Dubai rather than to Kenya and Malawi and Ethiopia, etc. And so we need that realignment. We need these heads of state collectively to work towards integration, in a deeper sense of integration in the continent. Africa is such a beautiful place. I have been to fortunately, I've been by road to all of West Africa. I've been by air to East, not all, but most of East Africa and South Africa. And everything we're looking for in Sokoto is in Ashokoto. It is right here on the African continent. Great shopping, great seaside experience, great desert experience. I was in Kenya with my wife. We went to the equator. We went to see the flamingos. Africa is blessed, as Madam Minister said. We have it all. We just have this mentality of going abroad, but we hope that as we make it easier, because it's not easy, as we make it easier to move within the region, the airlines will realize that it's now easy. There's no point having an airline operating to South Africa and the person that wants to go on the trip. My last visa came 3 weeks after my conference was over. And so unless we open up the continent, we will not open up air travel within the continent. And so let us take that, because again, going back to my first point, let us work together to open up the continent, to make it easy for anybody to get up from Lagos to go to Malawi or go to Namibia or go to Kenya or go to Congo or Angola, etc. And once it's easy and we get rid of these passports, we're all Africans, planes will line up within the continent and outside of the continent to make those trips for us. And everything is always driven by volume. Because there isn't that much inter-regional trade, we're paying huge premiums because, you know, interestingly, I flew from Accra to Dubai, and on board was a guy going from Accra to Lagos, but he went through Dubai, just for the sense of it. People do that. And so that's why these fares are, you may not know this, in Nigeria, the planes fill up from the front to the back. In other parts of the world, the planes fill up from the back to the front. First class is hard to sell. Business class is something like that. But in Nigeria, first class is full, then the people start getting business class seats. And then they fight, so they give them premium economy rather than economy. So there's no way you can get those fares, which you can get if you cross the border to Benin, where they're not going to accept those kinds of fares, or you go to Ghana. That is not the way it should work. So we're hoping that as government puts together the right policies for the free movement of people within the region, the volumes will drive the prices down. Thank you.
We have so much to talk about. Time is against us. I know members of the audience are itching to ask questions, but I have just one more question for the Honorable Minister. The African Continental Free Trade Area is the largest free trade area in the world, with the largest number of participating countries. There are 54 countries in Africa, 53 of them are members of that free trade area. Dr. Muba talked about the fact that tariffs on goods are high, which reduces trade within the continent. So how can we ensure growth in regional trade?
Yeah, I'm going to come to that, but there's something that I'm itching. I am working on the assumption that those people that are wearing white, they're students, right? There's something that I wanted to say to them before I come to the African Free Continental Trade Area. I wanted to talk to them. All of this that we're talking about, where we're talking about infrastructure, taxes, all of these things, investments, we can have all of that. But at the end of the day, we are selling a service. And those people are at the center of service. You guys that are learning there, you are learning, I think you're learning in school. You need to understand that whatever it is that you're doing in school, you're going to sell a service. It matters what you do. So people are going to invest, they're going to do. You are the ones that either make or break the hospitality industry. So if you forget everything that I'm saying this morning, I want you to know that you are at the center of tourism sector. So you need to understand that everything you're anchoring on your head, when you go out there, it doesn't take away anything from you. Just smile at people. Take the crap that they're going to say to you. But at the end of the day, what God gave us is a conscience. If you are speaking to me politely and I'm being all abusive and whatever, I'm going to have a conscience that is going to prick me, and God is going to reward them. So don't worry. You must be guided by the fact that you're selling a service. Go out there and sell a service. That's what I wanted to say to them. Now, coming to, if you want to invite me to your school, I'm available until Sunday so I can come to your school to zero in on this thing. But on the African continent free trade area, there's something that the good doctor talked about, and I wanted to just break it down a little bit. When we're talking about that, it's concentrating on goods, but we are trying to say, can we combine it with even service, tourism, everything that is there? The problem that is there in Africa is that all of us have been, for a long time, been guarding our territories. You know, Malawian shouldn't come to Nigeria. Nigerian shouldn't come to Malawi. As a matter of fact, when I see a Nigerian in Malawi, I'm like, he has come here to steal our business. When I see a person from Burundi, he has come to steal our business. The truth is this: if you don't want anybody else that is not your own native coming to do business, then you shouldn't even think about exporting yourself. It is an obscenity and an anomaly we must correct. If we look at another African person as a beast than as a brother or as a sister. And so African continent free trade area will never work if we don't change our mindsets regarding how we look at each other first. And so we need to ensure that we are combining this thing. So it's just not about goods and services. So it's about removing all these barriers that are there that are very obvious. Taxes. I cannot send my groundnuts to Kenya unless if I pay all of these things. Then Kenya shouldn't be sending anything to Malawi also. But if we remove all of these things, we make it seamless. It becomes a little bit easier. We are going to be fundamentally trading with ourselves. We will not need to trade with anybody else. If we get there, so it means then therefore, because if I sell you 1 kg of groundnuts, what are you going to do with that groundnuts? You want to do probably groundnuts or not groundnuts, peanut butter or whatever it is. So we need to start looking at value addition. But when you talk about value addition, we shouldn't just be looking inwardly. If it is cheaper for me to add value in Kenya, why can't I do it? And let the Kenyans add value to my groundnuts and bring it back home seamlessly, and then I sell it at a profit. It is very possible for us to do that. So I want African continent free trade area, the people that are sitting at that table, to look at things holistically, look at everything, every dimension of this thing, not just at one thing, because it's just not about moving goods. It's about what are you moving, what goods are you moving, how are you moving them, for whose benefit. We are saying we need to stop the exploitation of our farmers. We need to get our farmers a little bit closer to the end product, a little bit closer to the end market. For us to do that, this platform is providing us that opportunity, but people need to know. So knowledge management needs to move. People need to know, people need to understand, and all of that. Until we get there, this market won't be any of use to us, all of us as a continent. I think I can answer it like that.
Thank you very much. I think the panel has said it all. So we'll go to the audience for questions. Okay. Oh, there are so many hands up. There are so many hands up there. Okay, let me start with the ambassador, please.
Thank you, panelists, for a very illuminating discussion. When you look at, I think, some of the apps that are popular, like Flight Radar, you see that most of the airlines that are on that app, if you look at 8 p.m. at night, flying across the continent, most of them are from outside the continent. So most of the air travel within the continent originate from outside Africa. So given this context, and what a colleague from Kenya is saying, that there is more value in collaboration in a very difficult aviation market. I mean, the obvious case of Air Namibia and many others airlines that folded over the years. What is it that we can really do to work closer together? Of course, there is heavy competition between the airlines, between national country airlines, but what is it that they can do to offset the situation where most air travel originates from outside the continent? At any given time, you will see that there are free Airbus, free ADs in the air. Same with Air France, maybe 2 of them. Most of this air travel is from outside the continent. But what can we do? 1 or 2 things that we can do to work closer together. Thank you.
We only have time for 4 questions. Panelists, we take the questions and then you can answer. Okay. He was the first with his hands up, so please. 2, 3. 4.
Thank you.
Yeah, 1. There's 1.
Okay, I just
Go
want,
ahead.
Okay, thank you. There are a lot of issues that you brought up during this discussion, and as a technical support, I just wanted to be sure that we provide some solutions, and I wanted to illuminate, to get an idea of how we can solve some of the issues that have been thrown up. For example, all the hindrances that we have, we are well aware of them now after this discussion, I have no doubt. But the most pertinent one is across board. What the 4 of you have spoken about is the cost of movement between connectivity, cost of movement, and the policies. Why do we have that? I think, and I could be wrong, but I think we are too dependent on foreign currencies. And because of that, we are dependent on foreign currencies, we are dependent on foreign airlines, we are dependent on foreign goods. And so our marketing, our products, everything is international, is based on foreign currency. And that is why we have this problem. I'm also surprised to hear that Kenya is going through what we are going through now because of the high cost of the currency compared to foreign currencies. And if you look at that, we are comparing our currency to US dollar. But if we are traveling within Africa, we have African goods, we have African production and everything, we'll be dependent on African currency and not on what they set their currency to be. So ultimately, we are still dependent on them. That's what is happening. So I want us to think about that too. And then the last thing I want to talk about is I'm very, very worried about these African brands. I know that we have African brands, but what the Pyne Awards has shown me every year after year for the past 5 years is that only the foreign brands are winning the competitions. Why is that? Is it because we are not providing the correct services? What standards are we basing our services on? And why are we not winning these awards? Why are we not excelling? Because the foreign brands are coming anyway. There's no legislation we have right now to prevent foreign brands from coming into Africa and taking over. Marriott has bought over Protea, and they are still coming and buying so many. So all these African brands that you're talking about, they are going to be sold to some of these foreign brands recently if we don't improve on our services as you're talking. So there are just so many things. The perception, first of all, on what services are. And that is why I preach authentic African experience, because we are still basing our standards on foreign standards, or European standards. And if you look at Europe, they actually don't have any culture. Their cultures are from all over the world. The English tea is actually from Africa and India. There's nothing like English tea. Their sausage is not, they don't produce sausage. The sausage originally came from America. You know, and so across board, all these cultures that we're looking up to are not authentic. They are not. So first of all, we have to look inwards, promote our own culture, love ourselves, love what we are producing, and say that this is our standard. I don't want anybody to come and tell me that, okay, this is how you make your bed, and this is how you cook your food. You know, I always get annoyed when people tell me that you're not presenting your food properly. What is proper? We have been eating and presenting our food properly for many, many years. And I want to eat my my pounded yam from my clay pots. I want to eat my banga soup from that black clay pot because it keeps the food hot and for longer. I don't want it served in China, you know. So these are the things that we have to change. Once we change our perception of what is authentic African, then we won't depend so much on them. As for the foreign airlines, there's nothing we can do about now because we don't produce aircrafts. We don't, everything is based on, and that is why, so how I think we should mitigate that is by legislation, by protecting our own goods and services. This is what they do in Europe. If you look at European Union, you cannot just come in there and open business in Europe. Their policies protect the local investors. But we don't know that. But anybody from anywhere in the world can come into Africa and set up a business, and then they shut down the local businesses that have been managing, you know. So that is why this particular panel actually is to help us look at issues or legislations and policies that would protect the African business. Because that is where we are. After is trying, we're just starting up. That's how European Union started. And they went far. They are protecting their businesses. Let us go back to our governments and find out how we can do legislations to protect our own local business, our own local brands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ngozi, for throwing all that light. We have a lot of hands up. Yeah. We won't be able to take all of your questions. So please, if your question is not taken, please could you write it down and bring it to us? An answer will be sent to your email. You're next.
Thank you very much, moderator, and our great panelists and everyone who has submitted it. My name is Frank Gisha, the Director General Rwanda Chamber of Tourism. I would like to really add with practical examples that were from Honorable Minister to all our leaders. Tourism is always what they have submitted. Tourism is always public sector led, but private sector driven. And I'm just sharing a few examples. We're talking about, say, the single Africa airline treaties and so on, which are not working. But again, is it really illogical? Good enough, I'm not asking any questions, but providing practical examples. Is it really logical? The tickets that we buy, the tickets that make our air travel expensive, there is a bigger percentage which is taxes. Why wouldn't I cut the taxes and make hotels receive more guests from our countries? If policymakers would view it in that way, we would be having more intra-Africa travel practical. Two, Honorable Minister Pyne from Malawi, you talked about loving ourselves, embracing African treasures in our way. Shame on me, I'm putting on a coat which is not Africa, made in Africa. But again, we're going to import foods. Importing foods from Israel, for example, which is desert. I'm sorry to cite out a country. You find that our supermarkets, our hotels, most of the foods are imported. Don't beat me, because always my sisters in Rwanda and East Africa always do this. When I say we import clothes, we import foods, we import even the hair, please, just that's us, that's how we are. If we could change that attitude and really import from ourselves. My sister from Kenya was talking about Tembea Kenya. Actually, during COVID, we were our eyes, I think we became long-sighted and stopped thinking inwardly and came up with what we call the East Africa Tourism Platform, 7 countries across East Africa. We started a campaign called Tembea Nyumbani. And if you could see how much relief from business that came out of it, each country would be coming from all over Africa to come and learn what, I don't want to go into details, of course it's a lot, but policymakers here, for instance, when we are invited to, especially from government and even private sector, when you're invited for a conference in Europe, even if it's short notice, going back to what Honorable Minister said, embracing ourselves, do you know, even if it's short notice, do you know how much we run to the US or Europe for such events, which would solve our own problems in here? Do you know how many we are invited for this event and didn't show up? But if it was in the UK, you would see. And how many ministers came along with their private sector partners? You do very nice, beautiful policy papers. They stay in our shelves. Always let's embrace empowering the private sector. I'm giving you one last example. The WTTC, the World Tourism and Travel Council, is coming to Rwanda, and the first time in Africa. This will be 1st to 3rd November. When I was trying to, I'm from private sector, I've worked from public sector before. When I was getting closer to the organizers of this event from our public sector, they were like, yeah, let's make African pavilions. But guess what? It's sad up to now that at least we African, we showcase what Africa can offer to the entire world. It's the first time this big event is coming to Africa. But do you know who are registering? It's mostly foreign, non-African institutions and companies. When you talk, oh, it's coming to Rwanda, well, fine. But if it was going, last year in Riyadh, it was 4,000. These are public and private sector leaders. So if we embrace what is happening with the African soils, we will really find solution for our tourism to position it as a special vehicle. Actually, tourism should be a special purpose vehicle for other ministries, agriculture benefits, aviation benefits, schools that are that produce hoteliers or tourism employees benefit. And we always sing policies, not looking at the practicality of tourism. Thank you very much. Let's walk the talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good
After
afternoon.
him.
My name is Kainde Olafjo. Yes, this is a good one, a good idea. But there are some things that I'm not happy with, because if we are having this kind of events and we are talking about what we like, travels and tourism, there's a need to be able to include, you see, work hand in hand and collaborate with the media. We are talking about the travels, the tourism, collaborating with performance, entertainment, and sports, and so on. There is the need for travels and tourism in Africa to work and participate and collaborate with the media. I'm saying this because I watch the BBC, the CNN, and Al Jazeera. There are some programs that they hear that has never project Africa in a good way. There are lots of African Americans, my friends. They are always afraid to come here to Nigeria and Africa because of the idea, the mentality, the phobia, and the fear they have about the Black continent of Africa or Nigeria. So there's the need to work hand in hand with the media. The media should be present here and be able to know the benefits of travels and tourism. It's very important. You must call the CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera to other, to let them know that Africa is not a jungle and that they don't steal or kidnap human beings every second of 10 minutes in Nigeria. Look at my friends here, they are safe in Nigeria. We must do that. Secondly, thank you so much. Secondly, there is the need to work hand in hand with our immigration officers. They're not here. So what are we talking? I know what we and my friends go through at the airport and at our land borders. It's not easy. They must be enlightened, educated. We must create that idea, the consciousness of what travels and tourism is not about that. It's friendly. When they see you, a friend of mine traveled from the US and she wants to go to Accra. She was white, she was fair. The immigration encouraged me. I said that, twins, I'm not going to go by air. I want to go by road. She was turned back at this place, Seme. Why? She said she's not going to be allowed to go by road. I said, why? Because they said because she's fair, that they are going to lick her dry.
Thank you.
She couldn't
Thank you.
go.
Thank you. Thank
So
you.
please,
Thank you
we need
so
to work
much,
on
sir.
that. Thank
You so much, sir. We get the drift. You're making a good point. I just want to drop something. You talked about the media. Yes, CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, yes. But we've also said here that we are our own best advocates. We need to promote ourselves. I am sure the Nigerian media is here, and I'm challenging them. You need to get this news out there. We cannot wait for CNN, Al Jazeera, BBC, because they will only project what they want to project about Africa. Thank you. We'll take one last question. There are so many questions waiting to be answered, but we don't have time. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Philip Njagaba. I am the director in charge of tourism regulation in Senegal, representing here the Minister of Tourism and Leisure of Senegal. So my question is, how can we succeed promoting domestic tourism in Africa with the barrier of language? For example, we have the French-speaking countries, again, the English-speaking country. For example, a Senegalese can be a tourist in Nigeria. What are the barrier of languages taking into account this? Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Please, panelists, can we answer the questions of enough?
So we can start from here and then
yes,
I'll just take what I think I can. Yeah, thank you so much. My colleague from Rwanda, I don't know if my invitation for that conference has come yet. I heard about that, but I don't know if my invitation has come. But you raise a very important point of inclusion of the private sector in our endeavors, because at the end of the day, they are the ones that are going to implement. So it's the tour operators, the tour guides, everyone, they needed to be here. And so probably that's something that we can throw to the organizers to say, they need to ensure that representation at this place is representative, you know. So I do totally agree with you on that one. The reason why I think Kenya spoke about it, about making, we are trying, on one hand, we are trying to promote domestic tourism. On one hand, the government or the institutions are squeezing everybody with taxes, everything. So we are like literally telling people, don't come here because they're taxes, because the operators are saying, you see, we have to pay the tourism levy, we have to pay this levy, we have to pay this. At the end of the day, we are transferring that to the consumers. So the consumers are saying, we cannot afford. So I'd rather be at home than for me to go somewhere domestically when I'm going to spend so much for a meal. Why should I spend so much for a meal? And then sometimes when you go to these places, they're charging you in US dollars. Our law, the prevailing laws of our country, they don't allow you charging a local in foreign currency, but it is happening. The other thing that hasn't come out here, I don't know if it's happening in your countries, but in my country, there are some operators that are foreign, and then they are making the bookings, and the money is being sent into foreign accounts. That money is not coming to Malawi. And yet when people visit Malawi, they are enjoying everything that is on the Malawi soil, but the Malawi as a country doesn't benefit anything. So these are some of the things that we need to look at, working with the central bank, the operators themselves, and then every stakeholder to ensure that we are removing the taxes. Now, Coming to the taxes, I'm going to throw it back to the private sector. Is Africa, we are consuming a lot than we are producing. And until we get to a level where we are balancing these two, consuming what we are at the level where we are producing, then we will balance it out. So the balance sheet is not going to be balanced if we are still going to be importing. My hair is natural, and I'm ashamed. I was at the Indoor in South Africa, and I was telling them, why are we even dressed the way we are dressed? We're supposed to be dressed in some way. It's that same thing. And I'm being hypocritical even as I talk. Why am I wearing a suit like this? Why am I wearing fake hair? I should have been in my natural hair. I should have been in my African natural, African attire to show the authenticity, because we are all here, we are Africans, you know? We are bound by one thing. We may speak differently, we may look differently, but we are bound by one thing. We all come from this great continent that God in his infinite mercies decided to put us on. And so we must embrace this thing. Now, when it comes to taxes, it's because if you go to a hotel, even the hotel that you're living in, if you look very closely, everything there has been imported. And as long as it is going to be like that, they're going to transfer it to us, the consumers. So we need to ensure that we are producing the things that we need to produce. We need to produce these things that we're going to consume within ourselves. And so we cut the importation, and then we are selling. And then we can sell among ourselves, just like we're talking about the African Continental Free Trade Area. We can buy from ourselves, we can produce ourselves. The other thing, I think the last one that I wanted to talk about would be the issue of probably trust among ourselves. The people that invited me here, I've never met them personally, but I've been communicating with them for the past 2 years. It had to take trust from my end to fly thousands of miles away from home to come here knowing that. And you know what was driving me? She's a sister. She can't harm me. We need to ensure that we are building that trust among Africans. Why must I trust somebody that is beyond the continent? And then I'm looking at a sister and a brother somehow. You should invite me to Rwanda and I should be able to say, no, he can't harm me. There's no way I can go to Rwanda and then he's going to steal from me. So we need to develop that kind of trust among ourselves. I wanted to submit like that. Thank you.
Very much. Dr. Muba.
To address some specific issues, we operate in a world of Western standards. And so that's why we have the situation where Westerners win these awards, because the basis is a Western standard. Yet we have an African standards organization that should, rather than adapting Western standards, be setting parameters along the lines of what we now call African standards, so that we're judged by our own standards, so that the way meals are served within the context of the African marketplace is the basis for that. And you find with that Africans will win, Westerners would lose, but we would at least achieve what we want to do in terms of defining our African space. On the cost of airfares, navigation charges in the region are very expensive. Airport handling charges are very expensive. These are the kinds of policy things that need to be done to address on a preferential basis from the standpoint of policy. For flights, I have written to my minister and I said, for flights operating within the African region, special considerations should be made, both for the moving through the air on the basis of navigation and as well as services, so that we introduce some advantages for ourselves. Because believe it or not, those Western economies introduce benefits for their own economy. So we can actually bring costs down for our regional trade. So that's addressing the issue around the cost of travel as well as standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Muba. Julie, round up.
My last comment will, despite all what we've been saying, there's also been wins for Africa. There has been a lot of things that our governments, us private sector, those of us who believe in this industry and we push and keep pushing. You mentioned our president. When our president said Kenya is the cradle of mankind, so Africans, this is your home. He wants to make sure that there's no visa. Of course, the Kenyans were appalled. How dare, how can you tell all these Africans to come to Kenya? That was, you should see in our WhatsApp group. And we were like, but you're the ones who've been saying you want to see more Africans come to Africa. And like the minister say, we don't trust ourselves. We think we are the people who come and ruin our countries, but that American or European is a better person to come to our countries. So I'm really proud of our president. He's not giving up on that. DRC is now going to be visa-free 1st of September. I like to commend what South Africa has done. And I tell you, when South Africans removed visa for Kenyans last year, December, the number of Kenyans who went to South Africa exceeded going to Dubai. So there are wins for us. They're coming, they're slow. I wish all the Nigerians could start coming to East Africa. We are making it easier. The visa restrictions are not as bad as they were. I think our problem is the overstays. We've all heard about when you go to a country, you overstay. We make it difficult for ourselves. In fact, we've been saying to everyone going to South Africa, please don't go and stay there because you're going to ruin it for us. The rest of us who are doing business with South Africa, who are going there. I'm glad to see the students. I'm glad you recognize them here. I hope you're collaborating with our student bodies in East Africa because they're strong, they're good, they've been there for years. Again, collaborations between each other. And like the minister said, service, and service comes from you. So good luck to you all.
Thank you, Julie. Please give this distinguished panel a warm round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, if there was a question you asked about language, we really don't have time. We'll try and get some answers across to you. We had a lot of other hands up in the room. Please, if you have a question, could you kindly write it down? We'll pass it to the organizers and we'll get answers back to you via your emails. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Please, we want to take a group picture. And so please come upstairs so we can take those two pictures. Now, we have several questions that have come in, and like we've been told, these questions will be taken. I'll just read this out, but it's one of the things that have been discussed, and we're going to house them and send answers to emails because all of you were made to register outside, and this is one of the reasons why we did that. The person said, please, can one of the panelists tell us why Africans are still backward, not minding the fact that for ages we've been having conferences and travel, tourism, seminars. It will be answered and answers will be sent to you. You better take the pictures very quickly because you see, doctor will be holding back his belly and thank you so much. Thank you. Okay.
When I get this feeling.
Please celebrate them, celebrate them, celebrate them. Like I told you before, Eco Hotel and Suites in their magnanimity have set up a small shop for us there. And like I told you before, the rates we're getting there is nothing compared to what you get when you go into the main hotel. So there's tea, there are cakes, the sandwiches, the water, and all of sorts, you know. Cost of time, because we also need to go for the exhibition later. We're not going to be breaking for break. We'll go straight into the next session so that we can quickly get the talks out of the way and we can then go for exhibition. Before I call to the stage the moderator of the second session, we have with us this morning, she's been here with us since we started. She's my sister, a very darling one at that. She's a current special advisor to the Akwa Ibom governor on tourism. Please help me warmly celebrate Miss Ime Udo. Now, I grew up believing, like was discussed earlier, that the best thing that could happen to me was to be associated with America. Just want to talk like them, behave like them. I met this certain very gorgeous lady on Monday, and I make the mistake of saying, "You Americans." She quickly flogged me into line and said, "I'm not an American, I'm an African." Now, I thought that was the end of the matter. We then started to talk about the fact that, "Oh, I am Nigerian. Oh, you're Ghanaian." And she said, "No, I'm not any of that. I'm not a Nigerian. I'm not a Ghanaian. I'm not all of that. I am an African. I'm not into that boxing of whether you are from there." And one of the problem, and I'm sure we've talked about it earlier, is the fact that we're quick to say, "Oh, I am a Nigerian." And in Nigeria, "Oh, I am a Yoruba man. Oh, I am an Hausa man." And then you go on to say, "Oh, I'm not a Yoruba man. I'm an Ijebu person." And all of those, plenty of rishi. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am excited to bring up the moderator of this very, very engaging. I believe you would have a great time listening to these people because they're talking about empowering youth and women through tourism. Please put your hands together as I make welcome to the stage Dr. Ashley Melton, HD. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she beautiful? One love, one love.
Everybody has their
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed conveners, first and foremost, allow me to extend my heartfelt gratitude and opportunity to be a part of this remarkable conference and for this panel discussion. All protocols observed. Today, we gather here with a shared vision of empowering African youth and women through the lens of tourism, acknowledging its potential as a catalyst for accelerated economic empowerment in Africa. Tourism in Africa holds extraordinary promise, transcending mere leisure and adventure and emerging as a powerful force for social and economic progress. The famous Year of Return in Ghana has sparked great interest in West Africa during December and January. It's within this context that we come together recognizing the immense potential for transforming lives, communities, and nations through inclusive and regenerative tourism practices. Keep in mind that I said regenerative, not sustainable. So we're thinking 7 to 10 generations in mind. So as we delve into this theme of tourism in Africa, a catalyst for accelerated economic empowerment, we embark on a journey to explore the intersections of tourism and empowerment with a particular focus on harnessing the untapped potential of youth and women. We believe that by empowering these often marginalized groups, we can unlock the wealth of creativity, innovation, and talent, propelling us towards a future of shared prosperity and equal opportunity. So today we're gathered not only to share our knowledge and insight, but also to engage in meaningful discussion and collaboration that have the potential to shape the trajectory of tourism and economic development in Africa. Together, we can build bridges, break down barriers, and create an environment that fosters empowerment of youth and women, ultimately driving regenerative economic growth and social transformation. So once again, I express my gratitude to the conveners for their vision and the dedication in organizing this important conference. So let us seize the moment and ignite change, inspire action, and pave the way for a brighter, more inclusive future where tourism becomes a catalyst for accelerated economic empowerment in Africa. So again, thank you for having me as your moderator. So today we have an esteemed panel of experts who will be sharing their insights and expertise in the industry. So first we have Makosi Masimango, the founder of a renowned tourism company with years of experience and a deep understanding of the industry. Makosi has been at the forefront of promoting tourism in Africa for a very long time. Is she joining us online or in the room? Okay. Next, we have Nikege Makuli, a transformational leader with over 13 years of experience in the travel industry. She has a passion for travel, and her commitment to excellence makes her a valuable addition to our panel today. Next, we have Rachel Humphrey. She's the founder of Women in Hospitality Leadership Alliance, and she will be joining us. Her dedication to promoting diversity and empowering women in the hospitality sector is truly inspiring, and we're excited to hear her perspective. Great. We also have Joanne. She is a hospitality researcher, accessible tourism advocate. Joanne works in making tourism more inclusive and accessible for all, and it's very commendable work, and we very much look forward to hearing her insights today. Mr. Kwechi Donko has an extensive experience in leadership development and coaching, brand strategy development and management, marketing planning, mega event planning, projects management, as well as hotel and resort development. And he brings a wealth of knowledge to the table as well. Last but not least, we have Rosanna, the provost of Wavecrest College of Hospitality. With years of experience in the field, Rosanna brings a unique perspective to the conversation with her experience in hospitality education and training. Her insights in the industry will surely enrich our discussion today. Our panelists, each in their respective areas of expertise, will provide us with thought-provoking conversation on tourism development and how women and young entrepreneurs are adding innovation to this growing industry. So let's dive into this conversation. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to all of our panelists. We are grateful for your presence and willingness to share your knowledge with us today. Ladies, are you ready? All right. So my first question is, how can tourism in Africa specifically empower youth and women in achieving accelerated economic empowerment?
I assume that's for me because you're looking right at me, right? Okay, thank you for the question. And hello, everyone. It's great to be here. I will start by saying, from all the indices that we know about tourism and female representation of tourism, I think the actual index that I saw was from United Nations World Trade Organization, and representation is around 69% of women. That's the global index, but I know that the Africa index will not be very far from that. We talk about more representation of women and youth, but in my opinion, tourism is not one of those sectors or industries where we do not have or where we lack female representation. If we look in the room here, if we just take a visual check of the room here, we see that even in the room, I could say we're right about 69% or 70% female to male. And across all levels, we have the Honorable Minister from Malawi, she's female. The Honorable Minister of Tourism of Nigeria, she's female. We have Dr. Ngozi here, she's female. Amaka is doing a great job with Pyne. She's female. We have a lot of women-led, women-owned, women-run tourism organizations in Africa, not just in Nigeria, cut across Africa. Whilst I was in Lufthansa Group, I always knew about Bunsen Travels. It's amazing to meet you today and hear that Bunsen Travels is also female-led. I lead Waka Now. Waka Now is it's a top OTA in Nigeria. So we do not lack female representation. I think what I would rather speak about is how do we make the pie bigger? How do we make this tourism pie bigger? Because African women, through all of the challenges, are enterprising enough to make value out of what is available. But how do we start to develop a viable local African tourism sector, a product for the tourists and tour operators in Africa to actually sell and earn revenue from? The tourism contribution to the GDP, I think globally is under 10%. For Africa is probably around 8% or a little less than that. West Africa is much lower than that, much lower than that. I spent a lot of years in the aviation sector with Lufthansa Group. And whilst I was there, I always said that once I leave, I'm going to come work for an indigenous brand. And the real reason I did that was because I saw the capital flight that was happening with the revenue that was being generated on our soil. We've all heard about the reason for increase in ticket fares, particularly in Nigeria. It's because the airlines can't get Forex. They can't get their funds to repatriate. There's almost, I'm sure as of now, it's almost $1 billion worth of funds, that they've sold over, I think the last almost 18 months, still waiting to repatriate. So based off of that, ticket prices have increased. Now, this is revenue that is not being contributed to the GDP of Africa. This is revenue that is being generated in Africa, but is being repatriated to, of course, whatever home countries of all of these airlines. Where are African airlines in all of this? Where are Nigerian airlines in all of this? So for me, the discussion that we need to have is how do we make this tourism pie bigger? Because if it is bigger, our women and our youth already know how to extract value from what exists. But how do we create a viable product, which is Africa tourism, for them to sell? I will take us back to the 3 A's of tourism: attraction, the second is accessibility, and the third is sometimes amenities or accommodation. Now, if you look at the countries that have good earnings from tourism, the first thing that they do is to position their countries as the place that you want to go to. If you look at Paris, the Eiffel Tower, nobody can go to Paris without wanting to go to the Eiffel Tower. But at the end of the day, it's a man-made structure that when you get there, you only take a picture and that's it. That's it. You go to the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Yes, it's nice. It's been sensationalized in the media, but it's stars on the floor and you take a picture, but you want to go there. And it's all branding. It's all marketing, all branding. You go to Dubai. Dubai is, everything is man-made. Dubai was a desert how many years ago? Today, everybody wants to go to Dubai. We are taking our money to Dubai rather than going to like a Pyne trip. You cannot even come into a hotel or going to Budukatu Ranch. You find it something to brag about to go to Dubai or to go to the Eiffel Tower because it's been sensationalized. How are we sensationalizing what we have here, even amongst ourselves? How do we give our tour operators more local products to sell that would impact the local economy? A lot of the tour operating businesses, and even we as Waka Now, I look at the contribution of regional travel to my revenue, and it pales in comparison to international travel. It pales. But at the end of the day, if you look at accessibility within Africa, it's a challenge. If you want to go to, sometimes to get a visa to the UK is easier than getting a visa to South Africa. Why do you even need a visa to South Africa? Honorable Minister said flying from Malawi to Lagos, she had to go through multiple hubs to get here. How do we remove all of these barriers to start to create a viable product in Africa tourism where we can earn, the local communities earn from, and we keep the revenue and continue to plow that back into the economy to invest in infrastructure that then makes, of course, tourism even thrive further. Now, I spoke about attraction, us ensuring that we position Africa as where international tourists want to come in and invest, as the others have done. But the second is accessibility. It's one thing to do window dressing, and do branding. The worst thing that you can do is to oversell and underdeliver. That's the absolute worst, because people will come and they will never come back. So how do we ensure that after we invest, the government investing in positioning the African countries as the place to come to, how do we ensure that the experience on ground, right from when you land, Mr. Shade spoke about, oh no, it was Dr. Abdul spoke about you landing in Nigeria, and the first thing they ask you is, what did you bring for me? Or the sweats that will, first of all, the heats that will first of all welcome you. Thank God for the new terminal in Lagos now that the experience is getting better and better. How do we ensure that when we start to invest in positioning Africa as where international tourists should come to, how do we ensure that the experience on ground, right from even trying to get your visa, right from when you arrive, right from even transportation within the city, right from also the sense of security? Because again, in the media, what you hear about Africa is, oh, it's not safe. About Nigeria, you hear Boko Haram. Those are what's projected in the media. How do we, African media, counteract what is being projected about Africa in a positive light, and ensuring that we don't just walk the walk, but talk the talk? So for me, as women, we can make value out of what exists. What we need to talk about is how do we make the pie bigger so that value is bigger. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne had one comment that she wanted to make based on what you were saying.
Okay, I would like to add an add-on for her comments. Now, coming from an educational sector, I think we can empower women, girl, child, by providing them the skills and education in hospitality and tourism and travel. Because through this, as we all know, that travel, tourism, and hospitality industry is a global, vast industry, and it is also an employer of the industry, the largest employer of the industry. We know very well that women, we represent a bigger sector here. But at the same time, we realize also that women, they are not privileged to have good wages, salaries, or sometimes they take a lower salary simply because of the gender inequality. I would like to take this point that we have to really empower our women through training and education. I am very lucky that I am in WayPress, wherein we empower women, not only empower them, but we also mentor them, train them, and develop them. It is very important that we have the knowledge and skills in hospitality, because later on, you will be the one leading the hospitality industry. The industry is not founded only on all the people that is very much into the policy making and all these things, but it is also from all of us if we are all educated and we understand what is the industry is all about. There is a lot of things that you have to put your mind into to really learn what the industry is all about. This is the way you can be empowered. I studied tourism administration, and I realized that I was very lucky. I was exposed to so many people from all over the world, learning together what the tourism industry. We were from Africa, Nigeria. I represent Nigeria, and I remember when I was presenting my case, when I was in George Washington University, they were saying, when you go to Paris, what do you think about love? When do you go to China, what do you think about all the markets that you can imagine? And when you go to Nigeria,
What do you see in Nigeria? What comes from your mind? And somebody, the person presenting it, just said, corruption. I stood up. I stood up and defended him. I defended Nigeria. Okay, so what is very important for all of you, young girls, young boys, or young women, is to know what is the industry is all about. It is in your hands. You have to know what tourism is all about. It's not just movement of people from one place or another, but it entails understanding of your geography, understanding of our culture. It is an industry that is traverse all other industries. You cannot just say, I am in tourism, I am in hospitality, I am in travel. And sometimes you have all your clashes there. But they are all in one umbrella. We all work together. So I advise all you young women, young gentlemen, and everyone is to really understand the importance of training and education in tourism and hospitality. It is very important, it is key, because you cannot develop a tourism destination not understanding what are your tourism resources. You don't know what is your the potential of the state or what you have there. You don't. It is something that is founded, and there must be a foundation of that knowledge. So all these things that we're talking about, we need people that are well-grounded and they know what are the principles and the foundation of what tourism and hospitality is all about. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think you spoke on a lot. You said the tourism resources. And I think as we think about decolonization, right, we've decolonized our borders, but how do we decolonize our minds and really start to think about the steps to empower the majority of workers or employees in the tourism space, which we've just heard that the majority of workers are women. And so this question is to you, Joanne. What initiatives or programs can be put in place to encourage more responsible tourism practices that benefit local communities and also minimize the negative effects on the environment, but at the same time provide more economic opportunities to women? I know that's loaded.
Thank you. I would like to take a slightly different tack because I think women are empowered enough. How many women here earn a salary? How many of you earn a salary? How many of you brought yourselves here? How many of you own businesses? How many of you have taken solo trips? Yeah, girl trips. So women have the money and women are empowered already. But the problem is that the systems do not exist to sustain women traveling and women working. Women are natural caregivers, they're mothers and take care of the communities, and they would most likely be the ones to take care of the elderly in their family, meaning they need flexible working hours. If those do not exist, that woman cannot take a job. If it's not safe for a woman to travel alone, they will not go. The minister said it took 2 years to establish trust for her to fly from Malawi to Nigeria. That is too long. You have lost revenue in those 2 years of you establishing trust. Back home in Kenya, we have Panari Hotel that has a wing for just women. No man is allowed to go past a certain point of that hotel. So when you book as a woman alone, you sleep at a certain secluded area. What has necessitated that? We've had so many accounts of women traveling alone and then hearing somebody in your door when you're sleeping or somebody knocking and you don't know. Maybe reception has given you a key to someone. Are you going to travel alone again? On the other hand, how many men travel alone? I ask this question in every forum. Men do not travel alone. Men do not go on solo trips. How many have? Just 1, 2. And how many women lifted their hands? So women, we have the money and we want to spend it. We do a lot of solo trips. Men do not even have lunch alone. They do not go to a restaurant and sit unless there is a group of people. When it comes to communities, Communities surrounding tourist sections and landmarks need to be empowered to protect their landmarks. We have a safari rally that comes every year in Kenya that has been there for the last 3 years, and it goes through Naivasha, where we have Hell's Gate National Park, where there are animals. And every year, the noise and the land, footprint of people coming for the rally really disrupts the animals and really disrupts the fauna and everything. And yet there are communities of people surrounding the Hell's Gate, and they are not aware that they can take action against this. Yes, we want the revenue, but it has to be responsible tourism. The government has to step in and ensure that safeguards are taken against zebras. If a car is coming at 240 kilometers and a zebra is crossing, it will be killed. Yeah, so we need to preserve, as much as we want revenue, we also need to preserve what we have. So many animals are going extinct. These are the reasons we are having our tourists come. If all of them were to disappear today, what would we sell? Responsible tourism is very important, and the communities on the ground need to work with the government at large, because the government has the reach, and they're the ones who make the policies. We can only meet so much in conferences, or we reach an end where we can't go beyond. The government will now have to step in. So women are empowered enough. We have the money, we want to travel. We make a bigger percentage in rooms such as this one. And if you empower women, they bring back the revenue. There were so many complaints. I think every country has different problems. The Malawi money is not reaching to the people on the ground. If you make systems that are safe for women, that will be one of the concerns that will go away. Because we have the money and we want to travel. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So since women are empowered, and that, thank you for definitely highlighting that. We definitely take solo trips, we're traveling. Safety is a huge huge issue. So when we think about private sector collaboration with the public sector, what are things that we need to foster more innovation and growth that also allow for the safety of movement of people? And I would like to ask that too.
Okay, if you look at private sector businesses, when it comes to the first thing I spoke about, which was attraction, which is something that you have to put in place before a city or country can become viable for tourism. A lot of businesses do these things seamlessly, putting their brand out there. When it comes to marketing, a lot of businesses are able to, in the private sector, are able to do these things seamlessly. I'm sure a lot of the tour operators in most countries, they try to take on some of the responsibility of painting a particular country in the light in which they want it to be seen. For instance, if you're trying to attract tourists to Nigeria, you could try to paint the nightlife, the beaches, the beautiful beaches, and everything that we have in Nigeria as a private sector organization. But at the end of the day, you don't control immigration. You don't control security. You're not the one that would put the police on the road to ensure that when the tourists come, they're safe. You're not the one that would ensure that there is safe and seamless public transportation. And for me, this is where public and private sector collaboration should come into place, leveraging the strengths of both sectors. Now, the private sector is able they have the data. They have the data on customer insights, on customer needs, on travel behavior, and they know what is viable and what is not. But they also know the barriers, like we've discussed in the first session. This is where the public sector then comes into play to ensure that those barriers that are not within the control of the private sector are taken away, and then the private sector can do what they know how to do best, which is generating economic value that the public sector would then earn back in form of taxes. So for me, communication, first of all, ensuring that private sector experts always have a seat at the table with public sector as well, to ensure that these challenges, the data, the insights that they have that could be used in optimizing our tourism industry is taken into consideration when all the policies are being drafted by the public sector. A lot of the policies are actually already in place. AFCFTA, it's so usually a mouthful, AFCFTA. We've been talking about this for so long. Yeah, free movement of goods, free movement of people within Africa. Has it been operationalized? No. If it has been operationalized, then I wouldn't need to wait for 3 months for a visa to go to South Africa. I wouldn't need to fly through multiple hubs to get to my next door country. And for me, this is where the private sector can come in. Implementation is what, and I would say we in the private sector know how to do well. The public sector is responsible for crafting and drafting all of the policies that we need. But when it comes to implementation and operationalizing these policies, this is where collaboration with the private sector comes into place. As well as capacity building, you mentioned the relevance of training. Yeah, in ensuring that even the people that should be the ones implementing and being at the forefront of tourism and hospitality have the requisite skills that they need to actually sell what it is that we're trying to sell. And the private sector actually invests a lot in training. You have all of the, Dr. Ngozi here mentioned that they have extensive trainings in her organization. You have a lot of this domiciled in the private sector. How do we make that available to the government to leverage, to ensure that the skills that we need for the hospitality industry to thrive is available and accessible and affordable to the masses? So those are a few sectors in which I believe public and private sector collaboration, leveraging the strengths of each sector, bringing the strengths to the table, would then start to chart our course to growth in the tourism industry that we need to see in Africa.
Thank you. Hello. Okay. As the owner of the largest online tourist company in Africa, I want to ask you, and then I want to ask Joanne, what role, so you spoke about training, and I know that to scale any business on the continent, it is huge to train your HR staff. So how has your company been able to grow and scale at the rate in which it's growing? And then a follow-up to Joanne, what role does education play in the tourism and hospitality sector, but not just for students, but how does, Wavecrest, does it engage the larger audience? We're talking about immigration, customs, police, and even like hospitals, because all of those things are needed to facilitate movement. And so are universities having those conversations with practitioners as well?
Okay, speaking about training and how we've able to leverage the talents that we have in our organization. In Wakana, we are over 700 staff, cut across multiple skill sets from, of course, core travel, admin, HR. And I would say that a lot of the training, and one of our principles, is to hire, train, and retain the best talent. Whilst we look for the best, and when I say the best, it's not necessarily the best in terms of paper skills and what you have on your qualifications. Yes, there's usually basic requirements, but we look out for attitude. We look out for willingness to learn. We look out for people that have the grit to grow. Once we identify those people, we invest heavily in training. Like I said, hire, train, and retain the best. After training, we ensure that we also create an enabling environment where they can grow and where they can thrive. This we have started to also do to extend this actually to private practitioners in the industry. A few weeks ago, we had an extensive training session with young entrepreneurs in Imo State, in partnership with the government of Imo State. We trained about 300 young entrepreneurs on how to make money from travel. Now, some of those guys will go ahead and start their businesses and we would support, and some of those guys will be my future employees as well. So we, as an organization, we believe very, very strongly in, whilst we're hiring the best talent, we also invest in them in terms of skills, but also in terms of an enabling environment for them to grow. And that has been, anytime people ask me, why is Wakana growing at the pace at which it is growing, I always start with saying the people that we have cannot be replicated. The people that we have, and we ensure that we build and invest. You come into Wakana, but you don't live as you came in, you live as a better version of yourself.
So let me ask, sorry, I had a follow-up.
Yes, yeah. So the follow-up to your question on training. Yeah. So training for me is very important because I do research in accessible tourism. This is for people with disabilities. And through training is how a hotel knows just how bad the accessibility is. That is the main thing that we do. So training is just pointing out, and every time we hold a training, you see the shock and just how much people have ignored the issues of people with disabilities. We also train students, our organization, Kenya Association of Women in Tourism, and it's very important because we train students in culinary arts, and we want the youth to have realistic expectations when they are coming into the industry. When I would ask our class, well, how much do you expect to be paid when you leave your courses? And they would say something of $1,000 entry level. And then we tell them realistically that's not what you're going to be paid as a chef in an entry level job in a hotel in Kenya. More likely you're going to be paid $200. So it's better you know now what your expectations are and manage them accordingly. So training is normally very important in telling people what to expect from the people who have been in the industry. Thank you.
I would like to add something to this. We are very lucky in Wavecrest because we managed to, we are being supported by the African Union. We have what you call the Skills Initiative for Africa. What's their focus really here is to create employability for everyone. So we are creating a hub, a center of excellence, wherein we are going to throw out in the industry, 400, 500 graduates. And there is a certain concept, a design concept that we submitted to them. Is to make sure that when we do the training, it's not just theoretical, but it's more of, we are leveraging on the practice, 70%, 30%. So we have a live market. It is something, a new concept that we have placed there so that graduates, when they finish a modular course, maybe around 3 months in the school, but you have already the live market there. And then we have that industry partnership collaboration, because we cannot stand, a school cannot stand, a training facility cannot stand without the collaboration of the industry. This is how we work. This is how we transmit the training to our graduates, to our students, that they learn, and at the same time, they are very much ingrained in the industry. So it is something that we are trying to start not right now. I mean, we are doing it in Wavecrest, but I want to share with you that we have the Center of Excellence coming up in the very near future. And that future is maybe a year or a year and a half. And we are going to be ready to serve the market here. I think we are trying to start with 7 trades. And also the training is not only an ordinary training, it is a qualification coming from the National Board for Technical Education. So graduates here are not just going to get a paper qualification, but a qualification that commensurate, that evaluates or the competency of the person. It is not just they sit down and take the exam. No, they are trained to do and also to execute, and at the same time, they are out there in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've been asked to wrap up with one final question, and so I would like all of you ladies to answer. What innovative solutions have you implemented in your respective companies or positions that you feel have really moved the needle for women and for marginalized groups that you feel should be replicated within the industry?
So I will start by talking about the place of technology. Yeah, if we're speaking about innovation, I don't think you can talk about innovation without speaking about technology and the place technology, the place technology has in terms of skill gathering. I always say, there's something I always say, that YouTube is a repository of knowledge, it's a repository of free knowledge. You can learn a totally new skill just on YouTube. If you spend time on YouTube, you can become an expert in X, Y, Z. One thing that we have recognized in Waka now is the place of technology in doing business, in training our people, in acquiring new skills, and in actually utilizing those skills that have been acquired. Waka now is a travel tech company, so it's tech-led. We came into the industry as pretty much a disruptor, and this was based on technology. The industry is still pretty much brick and mortar. You have a lot of traditional agencies where you have to still walk into, speak to an individual. But we know that even customer behavior has moved beyond having to have physical contact before you can do business. You can do business beyond borders by leveraging technology. And that is what we at Waka now are leveraging to bring a different spin to the travel agency space. So in terms of innovation, now we're talking about AI, the place of AI in taking what we are doing or what we know today to the next level in terms of predicting fares, in terms of actually predicting customer behavior. Where I see us being is, I know that you as my customer that bought from me last year, I know that this year you might want to go to XYZ based on your travel behavior. And 3-6 months before, I can tell you that I know that you should be planning a trip to London in December. But now is when you can get the best fares. This is what AI, artificial intelligence, can do for us today. So in terms of innovation, adopting technology, leveraging artificial intelligence, leveraging even virtual reality in the travel space, virtual reality to actually simulate a travel experience before you actually go there, transporting you to a destination before you actually physically go there. That is the future of travel that we as an organization are embracing, and that the entire tourism industry in Africa should be embracing to grow and to move forward.
So in my organization, there's a lot of innovation that exists to assist PWDs, people with disabilities, access a lot of online content, screen readers. We have schools for the blind that are teaching students how to use computers. We have a lot of more people taking up sign language classes. We are trying to get the government to change a lot of policies. Currently, the government of Kenya only requires each hotel to have one accessible room. We are trying to get them to have all of them accessible because people without disabilities don't care if there's a bar in the bathroom. We need them to have accessible infrastructure, including lifts, the audio, the lady who tells you the doors are opening and closing, there's braille on the numbers. All these things are required and necessary for people with disabilities, and not just them, even the elderly. All of us are one decision away from needing all these services. There's a lot of innovations that exist, and we're trying to do the crossover. Currently in Africa, there does not exist any data to tell businesses that how much money they're losing. In the US, they did a study in 2022. They say the accessible industry brought in $250 million because people with disabilities don't travel alone. A blind person will always have a guide. A person with disability always has somebody. So you're not just rejecting one revenue, you're rejecting a whole group. So innovations exist, and we're trying to do a crossover, but I think that will be supported by the data we are trying to collect. It's very hard getting into a new space for the first time. People don't see the benefits because a lot of businesses are, they want the bottom line and they want the bare, like, tell me how much this is going to cost me. I've seen a lot of hotels and destinations are already accessible, but the information is not out there. In Kenya, all government tourism parks and facilities are free for people with disabilities, but they don't know that. So even when we are doing trips for schools for the blind and for other children with disabilities, it's very cheap. You can take 50 students with only $500, including transport, including food, all of this, because entry to all these places is free. And the government has also trained their people on accessibility. And yet this information is also not there. So people shy away from going somewhere because they know they will not be taken care of. They know that this place is not accessible. All government destinations also have ramps. They have ramps, they have people who can speak sign language, and they're free. But this information is not out there. So if this could only be put in the websites, a blind person can get this information themselves. A lot of innovation exists, but if it's not being utilized, it's all useless. So a lot of training is going into this, a lot of research to see how much money we are leaving by not including minority groups, the same way we are leaving a lot of money by not making some places secure for women. So all these minority groups have money, they want to spend it, but we are preventing them from bringing it to our establishments because of some of the systems that we have.
Okay, I think they have said it all, but what I just wanted to stress here, aside from innovation and also being able to use the digital world here, is to make sure, always remember, the industry is a people's industry. So what the people, they need is the moment of truth. What you can deliver, what is the service you are giving. So this must be, with all these things that we are doing, we will not be able to be successful in our tourism industry, travel industry, hospitality industry, if we don't have that service context. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So what I'm taking away from our panel is that we have to decolonize our minds. Women are empowered, youth are the future. The median age on the continent is 12. So growth will take tech, AI, virtual reality. It makes things easier, definitely, for sure. And in order for us to use technology and AI and virtual reality, we're going to need to have data. Data is going to be critical to our growth and development. And it's the last mile data that we're needing to kind of close the gaps and do those financial assessments. And those are the things that are truly going to help activate AFTA and make it, accessible actually on the continent. So thank you so much, ladies, for providing us with this invaluable experience and information. And now we're going to open it up for questions from the audience. Okay, so how many?
Hi, Dr. Milton.
Okay, I got 5. I got 1 here.
Hi.
2. Who's 3? Okay.
Dr. Milton, can you hear us?
4, or sorry, you're 3. I got 2 more. Can we get a mic right here?
Dr. Milton?
Good afternoon. First of all, my name is Folashade. I own Phoenix Crest, and it's PR, training, hospitality, and tourism. And before I go ahead and ask my question, I want to definitely say a big thank you to Pyne and everyone that has made this possible. To be involved in the policy making, it's very humbling and very important, because we are the people on the ground. We are the ones trying to make a living out of people enjoying and coming to experience what we live every day. So for me, everybody had to define tourism, hospitality. But one thing that I think we're all trying to say, 1, we are selling an experience. 2, it's a passion. It's 110,000 driven by passion. Everyone that is here not just because they want to be here for the sake of being here or be counted. They're passionate about this industry. And if you talk about the underdogs, tourism and hospitality is an underdog. And I think that's what all the panelists and everybody have spoken here. Now, the honorable panelists have been given a humble task of talking about women and youth empowerment. And thank you, ma'am, Wakanao. You got it in a nutshell. Women and the youths we don't need any more empowerment. We just need that opportunity to take what is ours. There's not enough. I mean, I can tell you about 1 billion ideas that we have, 1 billion possibility. That accessibility is it's a problem. That we can list it. There's a lot of problem, but because I don't want to just talk about the Nigerian story, because it's an African story I'm gathering here. We will make gold out of rocks if you make us do it. We have no choice because there's nowhere else to go to. The narrative of always talking to the international community is the problem. Think local. The problem here is how many people have gone to, how many people here, let me talk, because I'm promoting Ogun State right now. I'm promoting Ekiti State. I'm promoting not just Lagos. I've lived and breathed Lagos, but there's so much. Southwest alone. How many people have gone to, what's that rock again?
But your question.
Thank you. Olumorok. How many? There's adventure, there's culture, there's romance, there's everything, there's history just from that. And what does this boil down to? Owning the African narrative, taking that positive story. I'm one of those people that I don't travel abroad now. Yes, I was trained abroad, but just going to Ghana, I'm an enemy in Ghana, being Nigerian. I've been to Kenya. I've been ostracized by being Nigerian. Talk less of being female. And obviously you can tell I'm a very loud kind of female. I live life to the fullest. No apology there.
Period.
That is how it's gotta be. And that boils down to not just being a woman. I'm a Nigerian. We are loud. We are proud. And goddamn anybody that's going to stop us. That is it. That is my own narrative. I don't know about you. So I'm not restricting it to that. Yeah. What I'm trying to impose here, we don't need empowerment. We're tired of empowerment. Give us the opportunity to run. That's what we need right now. We need to run. There's so many things that we have to do, but we are being hindered. I don't believe that the government is the solution, the sole solution. I don't believe it's only private sector or public-private. Maybe I don't understand it, because if I wait for someone to feed me in this current dispensation, I will go hungry. That is a fact. And I don't think anybody is here to wait to be hungry. That's number one. Now, if I have an initiative or an idea, how can I bring it to life? Please, that's the solution I need. I don't want a handout. I want, doctors and directors, all of you people, look, this is an idea. It's a grassroots idea. It's small. It's my humble idea. If you want, take it away, but give it life, because thousands of people are going to feed from it. I think we need to stop being self-centered on only the bottom line. Yes, the bottom line matters to keep it alive, but if it's a give and take situation, and we need to remember it is a give and take situation. If one is not done, the others cannot move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I think question 2 is, can you raise your hand? And while you're moving the mic over to question 2, we'll take Kwachi, who's on the remote Zoom, and he's going to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I want to say a big thank you to Pyne Hospitality, Zigona Advisory, and the Nigeria Economic Summit Group for this beautiful conference. I just want to also thank all the panelists so far, the Honorable Minister and the entire panelists on that session, and obviously this session as well, Nikki and everyone else here. It's been quite intriguing and very exciting. I think the discussions have been very rich. Just to contribute a little bit, and maybe in the middle of my conversation, probably just maybe my questions will be asked in between that. Thank you, Nika. I heard a lot of what you said because you actually hit the nail on the head. I'm going to be speaking not just as the special advisor to the governor, but as the president of the Nigeria Association of Tour Operators. So I'm going to look at it from that angle as the tour operator. We all know that the tour operators are the ones who determine where the tourists will go. So we're looking at trying to make Africa, you know, that's global village that we want to see, where there is free access in and out. And I think it's something that we can do as tour operators because we can actually push the traffic within us as Africans. However, what are the challenges, which is part of what we just talked about right now? And I would say something. Thank you. You know, the last speaker, very passionate. I could feel that from what you say, because you can't talk about tourism if you're not talking about passion. If you look around us here, you find out that most of the people in the room here are women. Everyone who's been on the panel of discussion here have all been women. So definitely it is, should I say it's a female-oriented you know, industry. I don't know if I've used that word. I'm not being very feminist here, but I think, you know, I'm being very practical here. And do we need to be empowered as women? I think we already have it inside of us. We just need, you know, like just like what she said, you know, we just need to be given the opportunity to run. And as tour operators, I'm saying this because I know that bulk of my members, bulk of members of the association are women. And these are women who are very passionate about what they do. Passionate, and they have done so much to grow and promote any destination. The problem is, why are they? Because I'm looking at it from the point of view that you're not just creating access, but you're also trying to create businesses for people as well. So the question is, have these people been able to make a business from what it is they do, from this passion? And why, if they have not, why have they not been able to make a business out of what they do? And I think this is something that is not just peculiar to Nigeria alone. I'm talking about it, you know, looking at the African continent. It's just a small percentage of people within the industry that can actually say of the truth that we have made this a business, it is profitable. So we need to also look at this you know, as well, because you're not just creating accessibility, but trying to create an economy, a tourism economy within the African continent. And like I'm saying, the tour operators are very vital when we're talking about this discussion. So for me, I would say one of the hindrances, and I don't know how we can take this back, is the issue of digitalizing our processes. We've talked about the issue of visa, getting accessibility into different destinations, you know, a few countries. Why are African countries, why have we not digitalized our processes? Why is it that our processes are still very analog, very old school? Why? And we're trying to compare ourselves with, you know, with other countries. They all digitalize their process, so they make the entire process seamless. Why are we still, why is it a deliberate effort? Why is it that our processes are not digitalized? Because it's a major problem we have within the African continent. We're talking about the Honorable Minister who came into Nigeria and was at the airport for how many hours and couldn't come in. What was the problem? So I think it's something we really need to look at as Africa. We need to digitalize our processes, not just within the immigration, but every aspect of the entire sector, because like we say, tourism is that sector that drives the entire sectors of the economy. The second thing I'm going to talk about is seamless access. Sorry, 1 second. Why is it that our access, I know we talked about it, but I'm saying that we need to make, for tour operators, we find that as a hindrance. The accessibility is not seamless. I want to go to Cape Verde. I can't go there. You talked about it, Waka now. I want to go to, so let's try and make our accessibility very seamless. The second thing I'm going to talk about is being intentional. Thank God for the Honorable Minister who is here. I want to say that as tour operators, I'm talking as a tour operator, from the eye of a tour operator, not as a special advisor now, because we are doing the business. We need government's intentional commitment to tourism. Intentional commitment to tourism. You must be intentional about it. It's not something we just, you know, say, but we've got to walk the talk. So please, can we take this back? Government needs, we need to be very intentional about it. So let's take this back and ensure that government is intentional. I know I'm government, but I'm saying that let this go round. My state is very intentional. If I'm given an opportunity, I will talk about it, but we need to be very intentional. I'm saying it because I want us to take this back. We need to create products. We talked about we cannot make Africa like Dubai. As a tour operator, why will tourists prefer to go to Dubai, go to UK, and not want to go to any African destination? our products, what are we selling as Africans? Our products are authentic African experiences, and I agree 100%. But can we upgrade our experiences so that when people come to experience the African, products, they have memorable experiences, things that will want them to come back again and again, because that is where the business of tourism is, that you are able to drive in traffic, repeat visits into that destination, not necessarily having those inorganic products, but very organic products that create memorable experiences. Can we upgrade our experiences as Africans? Because our experiences, our products are a little bit very, should I use the word old-fashioned, a bit archaic. We've got to upgrade them. So let's take this back, and then how can we make that interesting as tour operators? Because we want to give our tourists experiences that are unforgettable. And then I also want to talk about the issue of being innovative, which you just talked about. Can we create, sorry, that's the last one. The issue of innovation. I know that we've talked about it, but can we put that in the front burner of what we're talking about, creating the Africa, let innovation be up there in everything we do. So I'm just talking as a tour operator, these are the things we want to see. These are the things that hinder some of our productivity. This is what tour operators want to see that will help us drive tourists into the destination. So just some things I just wanted us to note down so that we make it as one of the points we want to take back, when we write our communiques and all of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make one comment.
I just want to
But
make comment.
Before we open up the floor for the panel to answer the question, we have one more question in the floor, and then I want to give Mr. Pyne a chance to speak. He's on our panel, but he's joining us remotely. So just let's give him the floor.
Good afternoon from my side.
I think you're on mute.
Thank you for that. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you on this end. I'm not sure on their end.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can hear you clearly, so just check with them. And if they have questions, I thought that it was a panel discussion, isn't it?
We can hear you.
Can you? Okay.
I think they can hear you now.
Okay, let me hear from the moderator then.
Yes.
What was the question from? Yeah.
Oh, he wants a question. I wasn't.
Oh, okay. There is a.
Okay. So we've been talking a lot about technology, and my question to you is, how can technology be leveraged to enhance the visitor experience within the tourism and hospitality space?
I think, thank you very much once again, and I appreciate the opportunity of being part of this. It's unfortunate I couldn't make it to Nigeria. I think technology is the bedrock of what we are all doing at the moment. And I think COVID was a very good example of how technology can be used to catalyze growth for the industry. But I think coming back to the subject that I was alerted to was the role of women and youth in this kind of process. And I would like to link that to technology. If you look at the growth in technology globally, particularly travel technology, is driven by the young people. And there is a lot that is happening in that space that need to be harnessed by the industry. We know Wakanow, for instance, is doing a fantastic job using technology to drive the industry. But the people that will make this sustainable are the young people, because of the fact that they are adventurous and they are willing to go for anything that will make it work. And they are also very resilient. So I think that the issue around travel technology or tourism and technology should always be linked to the role of the young people in this process. And I will give you a very good example of what we have done as Africa Tourism Partners. We run an event called the Africa Youth in Tourism Innovation. And every year we receive over 200 to 300 submissions about young people trying to embark on innovative projects to use technology to drive growth in the industry. So my only recommendation is that at local level, let's try and identify such young people and give them the support that they needed. Sometimes it's not only just funding. Sometimes it's just about mentorship. And I like what Walker Now is doing, trying to capacitate these young people. And I believe technology will be one of the key drivers. Another good example is Travel Start, which most of you might know, based in South Africa. They've created an innovation hub that is being used to drive it and bring a lot of young people, given the youth dividend that we have in Africa, to help drive that particular contributor to the sector. And ourselves, we set up what we call Africa Tourism Innovation Hub with 2 universities in Africa and 1 university, Cornell University in the US, to drive this. So technology, I will go back to what I said at the beginning, is the bedrock of the industry at the moment, and it cannot be compromised in any way or form. And that will be just my little and humble contribution I can make in that space. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have one more audience question, and then I'll repeat the questions, and then the panelists can answer.
Okay, hi. My name is Winnie Maru, and I'm from Kenya. I'm a tour operator from Kenya. I just wanted just a short comment from what the lady from the Nigerian tour operators.
Is it a question or a comment?
It's a comment.
Okay, we need question.
Okay.
Do you have a question? No question. Okay, let's get the last question from the gentleman, and then we'll bring it to the panel.
All right, thank you so much. I want to thank, first and foremost, I want to thank the organizers for this. We are new entrants into the culture and tourism sector. I'm the Dean of School of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Lagos State University. And all that I've been discussing here, we've been discussing, and that's why the school was just established. But there's a question I want to ask regarding education, because the culture sector depends on education, both formal and informal. Because we spoke about the policemen that people are going to encounter. We spoke about the immigration officer that will meet at the border. We also meet the custom officer at the border. All of these people, how conscious are they of their role in the culture sector? Are they aware that hospitality as a service is a business of everybody? And secondly, I want to ask, how can we, as those of us in teaching people, about culture, about tourism, how conscious are we about educating the rural populace that our visitors are going to be meeting? I think this is one thing that we also need to look at. Beyond the formal education we're going to be giving people in the classroom that they're going to get, how are we also going to be educating the villagers? You want to go to, let's say, Idere Hills, your state. Are the populace aware of their roles in ensuring that when these visitors come, they will come back again? Are they aware that their coming will impact on their economy positively and lives and so on? So we need to think around this, all of this, to take education beyond the classroom and also go onto the streets. So how are we going to do this? The other thing is about standards. Akara is a very good meal that all of us enjoy. Suya is one thing that everybody wants to enjoy at any point in time. We are still serving suya and akara in newspapers. How can we, begin to see our products how are we going to package them in such a way that they will meet international standards and go beyond the local? For instance, if you brought somebody who is not, a tourist to Nigeria now, and say, I want to enjoy akara, I want to enjoy suya, and that person says suya still being served in the way it's been served for about 100 years. We need to think in terms of packaging of these our products. Those are things I think we need to look into as we try to build the tourism industry in Nigeria and Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, panel, we have 5 questions. Do you guys remember them all or should I repeat them? Okay, so you guys want to just tackle them one by one?
I want to make a comment about what Madam said about digitizing some of our processes. And sometimes we have to be true to ourselves. Digitizing these processes is not rocket science. It is not. We do not lack the skill, the technical skill in Nigeria to digitize these processes. In fact, some of these processes are digitized. However, could it be corruption? Could it be corruption that is making these processes that have been digitized be circumvented for probably the personal gain of a subset of people? I would make an example with applying for your passport, your Nigerian passport. That is a process that has been somewhat digitized, right? But if you try to, so my dad is a very strict person. He doesn't like to pay anybody for anything. So he wants to follow the process as is. And then he tried to apply for his renewal of his passport through the standard process without having to pay somebody to expedite and take you to the front of the queue to capture and go and lobby to get your passport out. Have you tried following the so-called digitized process and see if that process is fully operationalized to be followed as is digitized? So sometimes we have to tell ourselves the truth, and from the public sector perspective, and I'm putting this back to you as your government as well, we have to be intentional about driving the change that we want to see. We, the private sector, will continue to advocate for doing things how they should be done, even rendering our skills, to digitize the processes as they should be. But we have to be sure that the process will be followed through to the end. And all the monitoring that needs to be put in place is actually in place to ensure that it's not circumvented. And it takes intentional effort from the government to ensure that we drive the change that we want to see. So it's easy to say sometimes, yeah, why can't we hold ourselves to the standards that is obtainable in the Western world? But sometimes we are our own worst enemy, because a process is there and sometimes a subset of people do not allow that process to actually thrive. So as you say that tourism has to be prioritized for investments by the government, yes, tourism has to be prioritized, but we also have to ensure that we hold ourselves accountable to the innovation that we are craving for, to ensure that when it comes, we respect it and we follow through, and it gives back the change that we want to see in tourism. So that's the comment I want to make on that.
To add on to that, a lot of systems in Kenya are already digitized. Sometimes we don't even need to talk to anybody. So you're welcome to come to Kenya and benchmark, then come back and tell people what you saw when you came there. But I'd like to answer the lady, the first lady, sorry, I didn't get your name, who says she's already empowered. She's a Nigerian, loud and proud, but she's struggling to get her ideas through. That's what you asked? Yes, and you want to know what to do. What you're doing now is what you need to do. The networking, the selling yourself, putting yourself in such spaces, talking to people. Do not be afraid of no. Everybody who tells you no, you're talking to the wrong person. You have to keep asking, and you have to keep getting your idea out there. Find people who have ideas like yours. Nobody is reinventing the wheel. Everything has already been invented under the sun. So whatever you want to do has already been done. Find the people in the spaces that you're in that have already done what you want to do, and follow them and badger them and keep emailing and keep calling. Do not get tired. And if they say no, you're asking the wrong person, keep asking until you get a yes. It will take a while. When I started my company, it was last year. And even people in my industry, nobody knows what accessible tourism means. And I have to keep starting from the beginning. Every time I meet someone, I have to start from the basics. And that keeps dragging you down, that you're not, you feel like you're not moving because you keep having to explain what it is you do every single time. But do not get tired and keep coming to such events and find the people. Like right now when people are breaking for lunch, talk to people who you know are going to assist you. And this is the networking that you need to do. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to add something. I think this year, we're very lucky because now the Ministry of Tourism has been created. It's been a long time. We did not have a Ministry of Tourism here. I think the change is going to come now because I think that the industry is somehow, I mean, we see it a bit scattered. There's no body, but now since we have the Ministry of Tourism, then I think change should come. And also, I want to ask, do we have a tourism plan for Lagos? Do we have a tourism plan for Enugu? Do we have a tourism plan for other states of the country? Is it really updated? Is that tourism plan really work together by all the stakeholders? So I think these are the things that we have to look into so that all these questions of we have all the fragmented happenings here and there, as if there's no cohesion in the industry. I think we should start from having our own tourism framework. Let us start with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all of the panelists for such a robust conversation. I think we're going to break now for lunch. And so thank you all for your questions and your participation from the audience.
Thank you very much. Celebrate them. Now, it's like we have one more contributor that's going to come on. If she's ready, we'll take her. But in the interim, Madam Ikoka, please come up. We need to take pictures with this panel now. Just to honor the person. I'm told the person has been online for a while and we don't want it to look like she wasted our time. But please come up. Amaka, please come up. Come and take pictures with them and we'll then, if she's online, we'll take her. I'd like to thank everyone. We are so appreciative of your patience, the fact that you've waited to listen through. Some of those guys who are even meant to speak tomorrow are here with us today, and we're really, really thankful for coming through today. Thank you. Oh. Yeah. Okay.
So we're going to take a picture. But while we're taking a picture, Rachel Humphrey is also joining us. My apologies for not realizing she was online. My question to you is, what innovative solutions have you implemented in your role and in your company that you feel can be replicated in the field or the sector of tourism that has been really progressive and productive?
Yeah, I appreciate it so much. I know you all are running behind and people are getting ready for lunch. I really just wanted to say thank you to Amaka and Pyne Hospitality for the incredible invite, but also the incredible work you're doing to elevate women in the hospitality industry. I've learned so much from the panelists today and the fellow attendees. And I guess, you know, I don't want to talk too much about what I've been doing. I'm the proud founder of the Women in Hospitality Leadership Alliance in the United States. We are a consortium of 31 organizations dedicated to elevating women within the hospitality industry. But really, I just wanted to talk to the students for a second, and the Provo mentioned so many great things. At the end of the day, we are a service industry, and we are selling experiences, whether it is leisure travel, business travel, medical travel, and there is no other industry like this where you get to have a direct impact as an employee in any sector, but you also can have a career in any sector of hospitality and tourism. And I would just say that as a way of generating income and having financial independence. But as the Provo was saying, the hospitality industry is really uniquely situated as employees. So as students, you're the entire future of an industry that everybody in this room loves so much. And you've got geographically, you can travel anywhere within the industry. You can learn so many languages. You can learn cultural competency and public speaking and how to manage teams and building your networks and doing all of these things, you can decide on any career you want, whether it's directly in one of the lodges or hotels or restaurants, or whether you want to be in one of the companies, whether it's so many women today have talked about founding their companies if you want to be an entrepreneur. And so I would just encourage everybody to take advantage of all of the resources that are out there. There are so many great conferences like this one. There are so many free resources online where you can continue to self-empower. You know, we heard so much earlier that women are already empowered, but we do want to keep empowering ourselves. And by doing that, it's to learn, to identify talent, to develop that talent, and then to give that talent opportunities to really excel. But you all have so much going on. Just thank you so much for including me. It's been really inspiring to hear from all of you. I hope you all take action items from what you're hearing today and are able to really implement and act on those. But what a great opportunity to be sharing ideas. There's nothing better than sharing and listening and being able to implement that down the road. So thank you all so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for joining us and providing your perspective. If there's anything or last things that you want to share with us from your organization and from your viewpoint being in the US, we would love to hear your last wrap up.
Yeah, I mean, I think the same thing. There are a lot of great organizations in Africa that are also doing work to empower youth and women. And so find out who they are, find out what opportunities they have available, whether it's for networking or mentorship, allies, championing. Look at, you know, online opportunities. As the Prova mentioned, there's so much education. Really figure out how to consolidate and all of that education and how to make it available. So there's a lot of programs out there that people just don't know are out there. To try to share like you are today, so many of those great resources. I know you have one other panelist online as well over the Zoom call, so I want to make sure she's been sitting here waiting patiently, not to monopolize, but I would just say, go out and find those resources. And when you do, share them with everybody else, because there's just so many things out there that we can learn from. And then if your organization has great resources to share, make sure you're putting them out there so that people know the valuable information that you have to provide.
I think, is Julie online? Is there another panelist online?
Yes, Makosi Msimango is online.
Thank you, Ashley. Please let me celebrate my darling sister, Ashley, one more time. Now, if you look up there, we have some guys that are called the Tourism Marketing Nigeria. Now, yes, if you look up there, the thing is, we would be having them fully tomorrow, but I just want to explain what is going up there to all of us that is seated in this hall. Incidentally, we've just talked about a lot of things about providing solutions to some of the things that we've discussed here, you know, via technology. As we are here, the second edition of what is called the Tourism Marketing Nigeria is ongoing there. And this is being funded by the United Nations for World Tourism Organization. Now, it features young entrepreneurs between 18 and 30 years from across Nigeria. You have people from all over Nigeria up there. And what they're doing really is they're developers, they're designers, they're innovators, they're product managers, they're data analysts. And what they're doing is they're providing solutions to some of the things that we've just talked about. They're going to be here with us tomorrow. I just want to encourage everyone, if you didn't plan to be with us tomorrow, I want to encourage you to please come. These young Nigerians are going to be showing you some of the things they're already doing. And they already had listened to us whilst they were doing what they were doing. And they're already looking at providing all the solutions. So I want to encourage all of us to please make out time to be here tomorrow. I'd like to thank you before I call up Amaka to come up because we still have an exhibition hall there. And as we take our break, we'll then go to the exhibition session. But before we do that, I'd like to call on Amaka to please just come up, to come and give a vote of thanks, to thank us executively, and just appreciate us for coming today. Please put your hands together as I call to the stage the convener and founder of Pyne Conference, Amaka.
At some point, I'm like, I don't know what to say, but I want to say a big thank you to everyone that is in here. Your presence is a huge encouragement on the work we're doing, and we're hoping that we'll do more collaborations for other editions. But at the end of the day, I'm hoping that we were able to take some nuggets back home. And it's not just about talking about it. We have to act on it. There needs to be an action plan, a roadmap for the African tourism industry. We're hoping to see you again tomorrow because it's going to be very interesting. We have some young people that we want to encourage in the travel tech industry. They're going to come up here and pitch their ideas for us to pick a winner and change someone's life. So we look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and thank you very much for spending the day with us. Thank you.
All right. Once again, we'd like to thank all of you for coming through. Please join us as we all file towards the exhibition hall, following Madam Minister and the rest of those who are seated on the high table as we go to declare the exhibition open. We thank you so much for coming through today. And like we said, we're looking forward to having all of you with us tomorrow because it is going to be more exciting. Thank you.
I'll be here on the phone. I need you. I want me to make me know the bad. I don't want to leave my home. I want to hold time. But I'll be I'm bad. Name as God. It is God in which my shining. I come to interesting. You can mark it here. The time is down. Please, I'm the voice in life. She understands me. Okay. Okay. And you can run as it's what I have to speed. Okay. Teachers me explaining the past. I know I survive. You know, still that's my body. And my fingers can swear that I'm share the share. It's in the People have a free to give their all away. I'm not meant to be there. I'm to Something everything. Open hearts will be open up the day. Love to be each other. Sisters and brothers, even enemies will come to be friends. Every person that you ask for you, Hey, my friend, Dana Bonito. Let's see your work here. On you. I'm not money, oh. I'm not money, it's your time. Oh, gossip, gossip. It's your time. Do better with money. Go from heaven. Do better with money. That's the way. Hey. Yeah. So thank you. I didn't even know. So thank you. So thank you. So thank you.
Days and nights, nights, sacrifice and take to be on the beach. Reach from the side and kiss me with tight. Make them cast a shadow like it's Real reason. I look at stars. Without a doubt, bigger reason calls. I don't know. Even I bet you with all that's good. It's not the beach. That's the shadow from the kiss of the light.
That's what she said to me. This is my love. That's all day. One night while sitting all alone, I heard a ringing on the phone. So sweet and gentle as she could be. These are the words that she said to me. She said, "Baby, I'm sorry. Darling, I'm leaving. I can't take it. It's really hard. It's all over. I said, this is the way the song goes. That's what she said to me. One surprise. My mind. Now that I'm sitting all alone, and see this feeling, even though she's gone. They say that memories fade in time. What she said to me still linger in my mind. She said, "Baby, I'm sorry. I'm leaving. I can't take it. It's all over. I said, this is the way the song goes. Nothing but she said to me. This is the way my love goes. She wasn't meant for me. Cause I've got my life to live. Oh yeah. I got so much to give. I got so I can get back in the groove. Yeah. That's what she said to me. This is the way my love goes. That's all day. This is the way the song goes. That's what she said to me. It's all right, baby. She's out of my life. Oh, baby, man. I don't anything differently like you. Even if I had to get the foreign time. And there's it's getting baby for you. But then you are the flower of my heart. And I want to be that's the way you always with my heart. It's good for me. That's why I always want you in my life. And when I think about the things that you have done for me, it makes me fly the apple of my eye. Girl, and all you did. And so thankful that you opened up your heart. No. When I'm sleeping in the yeah, yeah, baby, sing like a minute, say yeah, 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 yeah. Music non-stop, music non-stop. Oh, 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 hey, oh, 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 oh. Stop. 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 You took some of that weight off my shoulder. He pays in and I'm all over. He does that by her with him, son, but there's a need to be long. She's a plain girl, just like any other, but the difference is she's right. In the life, here's the way she walking down the avenue, all doing. She's a stranger. She was so unique, that nose so fine. She made me feel like a dream and not that things. In my head, I hit the ground, but I'll be all right. I'll be all right. And the place is people with the legs along. And she's the one that'll take your man with that here on steps in the place with the baby all over her face. I mean, it's so present, so tightly. You don't after the flex. Beware of the smack fans on the wrist. In the sexy way, her body drip. She spread so strange, but I didn't complain. She said yes to me when I ran my day. Well, it should have walking down. To see what it's like. So I went with her to she put the key in the door and then said to me, don't be surprised by what you see. But when I got inside, I just couldn't believe there were things in it that I won't describe. She's strange. I can't deny. I was legit, but so turned on. I wanted to stay until the break of dawn. So I made the time on the telephone. I worked it out. I was thinking about my fantasy. 5 or 6 pretty ladies were just for me. I could handle them all sufficiently, but instead of talking about seven for 3, fly around from who knows where. I couldn't help saying I could forget. So it was very like she cursed in the car with a check. Has a complaint about I can't. I turned bed. She pushed me in bed. You're scared. She told me.
in love, turn around, we have a jump to here. In this place of love, now you got me wanting more. No pretend. Oh, my it's much too late to go back now. I'll be oh, I'll be oh, no.
Oh, good loving. The girl's got plenty good loving. Ask me how I know, and I'll tell you so. You used to be my girl. I respect her. When she was mine, I used to neglect her. Oh, she wanted more than I could give. But as long as I live, she'll be my girl. She used to be my girl. She used to be my girl. She had a charming personality. The girl was so right for me. I changed my girl. I had to take my phone, I take it back. I was only looking. Girl was so smart. Can't be her cooking. Oh, ask me how I know. And I'll tell you so. She used to be my girl. Oh, and the field for long I live to be my girl. Every chance I take it back. Oh no, as a matter of fact, right away my day. And the girls got plenty good love and ask me how I know. And I'll tell you so. You used to be my girl.
And say, now that they hear, wait till you want make I do. Oh, big man, I know denial. I love you from her. Let them say, darling, this one be there. Not supposed to wahala. Let now, wow, we know. Olólùfẹ́ mi o, we dey kampe o, make we do we o, leave the rest. Mother wọn lóhùn, let them say o. Jẹ́jẹ́ life na if want. I no go lie o, I love you well well, make we try make life better. It's like oh, we want together, nothing where we know we do. I love you forever. Oh, my darling, so happy that we go fine. Mother, let them say, yeah, like night we want. I know go like you, I love you well. Make me try make life better. Olólùfẹ́ mi o, olólùfẹ́ mi o, olùkínáyà, olùkínáyà o, olùkínáyà o, olùkínáyà o, ìwọ ni mo fẹ́
Me, I love you from that.
I did what you can. Oh, you didn't go me. Can't wait. Yeah. Baby, you. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. on you. Walking in the rain. You were holding hands and I never be the same. Toss me and turn me another sleepless night. The rain crashes is our way to pain. Jumped into my car, didn't drive too far. That moment, walking in the rain. You were cold and now never be the same. I see walking in the rain. You were cold and now never be the same. Now we are begging to me to give all the love you try. You love you, not only to you, but darling, my friends who say you walking in the rain. You hold hands now. Never the same. I saw you walking in the rain. Your hands now. Never be the same. I saw you.
Hey, baby, how you doing? Come on in here. Got some hot chocolate in the stove waiting for you. Listen, first things first, let me hang up that coat. Yeah, how's your day today? You missed me? You did. Yeah, I missed you too. I missed you so much, I followed you today. That's right. Now close your mouth, because you cold busted. That's right, now sit down here. Down here, so upset with you, don't know what to do. My first impulse was to run up on you and do a ramble. We're about to jam you and flat blast both of you. I ain't want to mess up this $3,700 Lynx coat. So instead, I chill. That's right. Chill. Then I went to the bank, took out every dime. And then went and canceled all those credit cards. Yeah. All your charge counts. Yeah. I stuck you up for every piece of jewelry I ever bought you. Yeah, that's right. Everything. Everything. You fly with me. No, don't go looking in that closet. Because you ain't got nothing. Everything you came here with is packed up and waiting for you in the guest room. That's right. What was you thinking about? Huh? What you trying to prove? Huh? What's with the juice? I gave you silk suits, Gucci handbags, blue diamonds. I gave you things that couldn't even pronounce. Now I can't give you nothing but advice. Because you're still young. That's right, you're still young. I hope you learn a valuable lesson from all this. You know, you're gonna find somebody like me one of these days. Until then, you know what you gotta do? You gotta get on out of here with that alley cat coat wearing, hush puppy shoe wearing, crumb cake I saw you with. Because you dismissed. That's right. Silly rabbit tricks are made for kids. Did you know that? You without me like cornflake without the milk. It's my world. You're just a squirrel trying to get a nut. Now get on out of here. Don't touch.
When you love someone, it's natural, man-made, and that's what I'm about to talk about. You reach So now my love, you take me celebration from the heart united. Between you together, and it keeps me so excited to think of what our love do. And I'm cool. Get ready, baby. Get ready, baby. Ready, baby. Let's make a toast for happy investigation. They experience. I'll show you and he's